Good evening, everyone. Good evening, good evening.
Hello, Chuck.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone's Saturday morning or Sunday morning, Saturday night? Welcome,
Good.
welcome.
I've been. What has changed for you in the last 24 hours? I'm very curious. I'm sure you've gotten nonstop messages.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of turned off my phone for most of it, but I met with somebody today who's an advisor to one of the billionaires from Silicon Valley, a well-known one, and I met with him, and I sort of said, like, you guys don't seem to get that the business model you had is done, like it's fucked, you know. Um, and I think a lot of people are starting to realize that it's over. The Chimerica model of the world is done.
Does what gives you confidence to be able to say that percent of depositors are not going to be made 100% whole? What if you had to summarize it in 2 points or 3 points?
Because Silicon Valley Bank is a front for the Chinese, that it was artificially subsidized by foreign actors to give quote unquote entrepreneurs extremely favorable deals, that that can't really be allowed to persist, and that we're sort of entering a period now where this sort of binational security state with Israel is breaking down. And if you look at, like, BB has come out, I mean, Tom's seen this, others have seen this. BB came out today sort of promising that all the Silicon Valley Bank customers would be okay, would be unaffected. You're basically seeing the geopolitics forcing basically a new world order. I don't know any other way to put it. Just as
What What do you make of this Bill Ackman gentleman
Oh, he's
saying?
been a fraud for many years.
Can you add a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, so I know Dan Loeb. Loeb and I are friends, so that's the spirit of full disclosure. Loeb and I are not business associates, just to be clear about that, because he and I part ways in key respects on key issues. But obviously, you saw the short squeeze that was done to him with Herbalife, with the whole Loeb situation. Back in the day, there's another billionaire too got involved in that. What's the guy's name? People will know who I'm talking about. But yeah, so basically, I mean, he's just full of shit, and he's been routinely full of shit over the years. And
Carl
Carl Icahn,
Carl.
Carl Icahn, yeah, Carl Icahn. By the way, I met Carl Icahn on Election Day, 2016, and he told me that Trump wasn't going to win. That was his backdrop there. So just kind of interesting. And then he was there on election night, got out of line when it became clear that Trump was going to win. So he's sort of, I don't know. What can I say about this? I mean, Ackman is, like, notoriously wrong a lot of the time. You know, just is what it is. So that would be sort of how I would think about it. Now, the more interesting question, I think, is, will there be a white knight that comes in and rescues everyone? And I think the answer is there won't be.
What about how does this get decided upon by the U.S. government?
That is a great question. I mean, obviously there are different factions here. I saw a story a little earlier ago about the connections that um, existed with Kevin McCarthy's people, and uh, yeah. So this is the story from Ken Klippenstein. I know Ken's a friend, but he had this great story. Silicon Valley Bank used former McCarthy staffers to weaken regulations, lobby FDIC. Two senior aides to House Speaker Kevin McCarthy were among the top lobbyists for the bank at the center of a new financial crisis. And it just goes on. It's pretty interesting and compelling. But yeah, I mean, this is not a bank as people like traditionally understand it. You know.
So are you making bets with people that depositors aren't going to get made 100% whole?
I haven't decided what I'm going to do financially to take advantage of the situation yet. but I'll probably make that decision tomorrow after church.
Solid, solid. It's a good Sunday thing to do.
Yep, go to church, go out to brunch, decide how I'm going to position the next 10 years of my life in Silicon Valley. Seems right.
Wait, so you think you can go take over Silicon Valley now?
No. I mean, I do think that the AUKUS political arrangement is now the new form. I mean, you could see that with like the Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce is manufacturing the submarines, right, for the AUKUS deal. So like Monday is going to be a very important day because Monday Joe Biden and the prime ministers of Australia and the UK are going to be in San Diego, which is, where my father is from, and they're going to be on the USS Missouri, which is a hugely symbolic ship, and they're going to be essentially making it clear that the English speaking peoples are aligned and that they are rising to the challenge of China. And then the Chinese Compromise Bank, Silicon Valley Bank, is going to basically have all of its acolytes beg, borrow, cheat, and steal to get bailed out by anyone and everyone that they can. And they're going to find that bailout is going to come with a lot of strings attached if it comes at all. My guess is that what will most likely happen is that a lot of the venture funds will be sort of forced to bail out, their own kind of project. That would be my sense of it.
There's some people that say that 50% of life sciences companies, the startups, get funded and do banking with Silicon Valley Bank, and it would be a cataclysmic thing.
Good. It's time.
Same viewpoint. I did enough people like you in my limited time, in my 7.5 years in Silicon Valley, and I never went to events because I just felt we're lying. Like, to be honest with you, I could tell more about someone by things they've actually built with open source code that they put out there and deploy than any sort of meeting with them in Silicon Valley. And I probably met more people by virtue of like small online forums that are doing real things than by any of the sort of cultist meetings while I was there.
Yeah, I mean, Silicon Valley is into money laundering and sex trafficking. And I know that's like a crazy claim, but Kerry knows about this, and it's done as a geopolitical place. I mean, it depended heavily on relationships with China, and that's just not going to happen anymore.
Kerry, can you go into that? I'd be really curious to get informed on all this. Like, I literally feel like I didn't leave the house much when I was in Silicon Valley. I worked from home, right? So maybe I just didn't talk to enough people. So I'd love to learn.
Yeah, I wasn't really part of Silicon Valley in that way. I was basically targeted online by Musk's board. And it's a really long story, but
Is this
yeah, I think they trade women for opportunity and politically as well as in tech circles.
Is that like the Spiro guy?
That's the attorney, right?
I assumed he was like Musk's hitman and like cleaner of bad.
He's his fixer.
Fixer is the terminology I'm looking for. Yeah, he's this Ray Donovan.
No, I don't know him. When I spoke to Musk's attorney, it was Todd Maron at the time. He's gone through quite a few attorneys. And actually, I spoke to him days before Musk made the 420 tweet. So I think that was his fixer at the time, and then I think he probably put Todd. He probably just used Todd Burchell at his foundation to cover his tracks. After that, but
Jared Burchell.
Yeah, Jared Burchell.
And it says you're a Musk DFJ whistleblower. Can you go
Yes.
the whistleblowing part?
Yeah, so in 2017, I mean, I was concerned about things when you experience something anomalous, especially if there's like a relationship involved, which there was. I was actually, it was Steve Jurvetson, Musk's board on SpaceX and Tesla. First it was like just very confusing and all that, but then long story short, there were a few key things that happened when I was in that situation that kind of ate at me and that concerned me continually. And then in 2017, I finally spoke out about it, which was not, you know, probably also facilitated by the fact that it was scary that Brock Pierce and Steve Bannon were in the White House at the time. And, Steve and Brock are connected, and it's just like, what's going on here? But, you know, one of the things I spoke out about was the fact that Steve Jurvetson wanted to inappropriately introduce me to Newt Gingrich. Was one thing. They in general seem to have a boundaryless relationship between board and founder on the Musk side. He wanted me to meet Elon Musk. It's kind of like, why do you have a board that's feeding you women, basically? And there's several things, but one of the other things was, oh yeah, that, and I'm not going to go into detail here for sure, but that I knew that another person on Musk's at DFJ, Draper Fisher Jurvetson, that's the firm that Tim Draper and Steve Jurvetson founded. I knew he was sexually blackmailing people for deals. So and then over time, I learned that he was working with Masha Drakova, who was Putin's kiss, and later an Epstein publicist. So there was a lot of stuff going on, and I felt there were foreign influences involved in blackmail without knowing a lot of detail or anything like that, and that it included potential presidents because Newt Gingrich was backed by DFJ when he ran for president in 2012, the year before I was approached online. So it was clear to me that DFJ was trying to guide presidential candidates for policy and other things by using women, while at the same time using sexual blackmail. So that's the nutshell. I spoke out about it. That is a whole thing I can talk about later if you guys want me to, but yeah, that was quite an experience. Many newspapers published it. It was very scary. It turned out there was an investigation happening independently outside of DFJ, legal one related to this kind of stuff. And I'll just add two more details there before I stop, and Charles or anyone else can ask questions or add comments. But I needed an attorney because I was threatened to be sued by Steve Jurvetson for defamation. Steve Bannon's friend, Alex Lightman, slammed me publicly, and everybody piled on from Silicon Valley. It was quite a long and lengthy post to just try to, knock me down. And he, in the same post, defended Harvey Weinstein, which is telling. And then, called me and said things about Black Cube and all that. And then finally, I was seeking an attorney, and there were a lot of people in my life at the time, which, as Charles said, we, talk a few times a week, and, just kind of wonder about like how much of our life was people placed there. And a couple of people around me that were advisors through what now should have really flagged me then at that time is Cavendish Global. So Cavendish Global people, associated people in that network were trying to help me. And in hindsight, now I know that Cavendish Global was the organization partnered with Ghislaine Maxwell and Terramar. And I didn't know this at the time. And so these people were offering attorneys to help me defend myself. And I started talking about the actual problems that I was worried about, and they dropped me. And I now know that the people that were offering me these attorneys were friends of Isabel Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's sister. And the other one was a very famous woman that I won't give her name. She's married to someone who was very intimately tied with the history of NASA and our space program. And she brought me to an attorney in LA. And I say brought, I don't mean physically. She introduced me and we talked on the phone. And I didn't feel good about it. And that person turned out to be Robert O'Brien, who later became Trump's top national security advisor and almost ran the Navy. So it's been quite an ordeal, but that's the long story short. And yeah, let me know if you have any questions.
I'm sorry to go through that nonsense. And now anytime there was a lot of Burning Man people at an event, or sort of Steve Jurvetson, Draper Fisher, Thiel, Ephemeral. Ephemeral is like another Burning Man style event. Anytime there's a lot of them, I would always just tell them I don't want to hang around with Burning Man fuckwads. And like this sort of Thiel cult of people who will lie about truths. Now I don't regret it anymore. It's like,
yeah, no, it's super wild. And people
What I could never figure out, Carrie and Kumar and others, is like, why are there so many fucking parties? Right? Like, if you're inventing the future of technology, why is everyone like partying all the time, or going to like long ass dinners, or like, you know, it's just there's all these like little questions that I have about how people spend their days that I know you're sort of not allowed to ask, but I've always kind of wondered.
so like I can relate to that. I bootstrapped a company, didn't raise for it, and I didn't hang out with anybody. I hung out with my computer in a basement, and with my co-founder occasionally. Like, we do everything remote, but we weren't. The only time we'd go out is if we had to meet a customer, and that was pretty much occasionally a technology provider, but pretty much it. There was never any events and shit. And the reason I was always told people were having meetings is because they need a raise for the next round, and so they got to like spread their wings and build those relationships. And I always thought it was odd because I figured if you had a good enough deal, investors would, you'd show one, they tell their friend, and like it kind of spread virally, right? It has its own K factor. But I agree, there's too many fucking events.
Yeah, and I think the answer to that, there's a couple things. Number one, so a lot of the people are just broken, and that could be for a number of reasons, but difficult childhoods and for different reasons. I think people are broken. Number two, women are used as currency for deals, for politics, so they party. And number three, the parties help compromise the journalists. So if you have parties and invite journalists, they're not going to write about your problems.
Huh. Say more about the parties and the journalists.
Well, I didn't go to the parties, but I was told about them actually by Steve Jurvetson that, they have these, like, for example, Draper Fisher Jurvetson. Every year they have a party at Steve's house in Half Moon Bay. And it's a raging party, and I can only speculate what goes on there. There was a Vanity Fair article that I understand Elon Musk and Steve were very upset about the title of it, and felt it was, like overblown, but it was a massive party with drugs and, MDMA and women and whatever. And that I wasn't at that. So, and I didn't participate in those. So, but I'm not surprised at all to hear it. And I know for a fact that many journalists are invited to those, and some of them go, and not to like investigate, but because they're, part of the crew. So, or they become part of the crew. Um, and so for a long time, like, there are people embedded in different news organizations that are going to sabotage or not write about these things. And if you think about it, who was on the board of New York Times at the time? Joy Ito, who was filing Jeffrey Epstein money, and the head of Washington Post, which it may not be a big conspiracy or, truly meaningful, but he was partnered with Marty Baron, who was the head editor of Washington Post. And these people were running media organizations. When I before I spoke out, I mean, there's so many reasons that propelled me to speak out, because things were just really, really weird. And one of the things is, like, I was getting upset as time went on in the Trump administration and worrying and, other stuff. And out of nowhere, the head of NBC News investigations messaged me on Facebook to invite me to his office in New York. And he just was like, I think you're fascinating. Do you want to meet me in my office in New York? And I'm like, okay. And at the time, I was like talking to people about stuff on the down low. And when I got there, I told him what my concerns were, and he kind of ignored me and then tried to introduce me to Matt Lauer and the Today Show. So I think there's some really weird stuff that was really networked through different news organizations, and keeping either through actual conspiring or just by nature of how people behave, they were not acting right.
That's batshit insane. This Brock Pierce fellow, I've always stayed very far away, just out of paranoia. And I don't know enough about his background, but everything I've ever heard about it is quite sketchy.
Yeah, and to be fair, and I can give another example of something that I was extremely concerned about. But to be fair, I all the stuff that I'm saying here, I told him. I wasn't being sneaky. I wasn't being an op. Like, I told this man what my concerns were, and so I feel okay at the end of the day that I'm not tarring someone like Steve Jurvetson, because I was very candid with what I was worried about. So, but another example, speaking of Brock and Burning Man, there's the man named Sean Ironstag. That's a fake name, and he's like basically a multi-convicted fraud con.
So I've had to run into Sean Ironstag multiple times.
No way.
I'll tell you this, right? So the first time I met him, I was like, this guy used to probably work in a boiler room. And I was forced into interacting with him. And then I walked away. I used to have a content production agency, so that we used to get hired, produce a voluminous amount of research on different topics. And it was a small shop. Like, I had like 10 writers, whatever, right? And I was forced to interact with Sean, and I think he was on drugs the entire time. So I looked to him, and I have an unconscious bias for directness. So I just said, "You smell like weed. You smell disgusting. Can you get out of the room?" And the people in the room just looked at me like I was crazy. And, I was Silicon Valley, and I am like different, right? And so I told him that was the first meeting. Second meeting, he's talking about how crypto is going to go to this crazy price. And then, he's going inside of Facebook groups and posting that I'll guarantee people's downside risk. Crypto is going to go up. So I don't know what his deal is. And the last time I saw him, unfortunately, my ex-girlfriend had taken me to and she doesn't know anything about crypto. She's like, she had a job in, she has her own job, right, creating content and whatnot. And so she said, "Hey, I got this invite to this party. It was a warehouse party with music. So I go in. Sharon Einstag's with some girl that's very scantily dressed and smells weird, and he's missing like 4 teeth.
Yep.
Like, he's missing like 4 teeth, and it's like, it's like I felt like I was in a goddamn movie, and I was like, what is this person doing? Like, first of all, I was telling my ex-girlfriend not to be around this person.
Yeah.
And she she didn't know any better. She's like a fucking golden retriever of personality, right? And she was being nice to his girlfriend, and they both seemed like they were on crack. And
Yep.
he had injured himself on meth, lost his teeth.
Yep. I don't know which
As
girl.
one does. I mean, totally normal behavior for somebody who's like a big tech investor type.
Have you heard? Do you know Sean Einstag, Chuck?
I've never run into him, thank God.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not into like partying, like because I don't do drugs out of fear that like my brain, if I were to do a drug, would like get even more kind of weird and fucked up than it already is. So
Yeah.
like I don't like the only drug I really do is caffeine, and I don't do alcohol or anymore. And I've always been like afraid of marijuana, frankly. And except for like one time on the Tea Party Express where somebody thought it'd be funny to give me a chocolate with weed in it. And the whole time I was like hiding from what I thought were going to be Obama's drone striking us. So that's my. And then one time I had ecstasy one time because people thought it would be funny to like see if I would chill out. And I don't really remember much other than like throwing up like a few miles from where I was on the beach. You know, it was a sort of like crazy night. And I just remember being like extremely uncomfortable with it. And I was like, all right, I'm not touching any of this stuff ever again. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge believer in like antidepressants either, or any of those types of drugs. Like I try to live my life, you know, drinking green tea and chamomile tea and calling it a day. I drink a lot of tea. I don't like coffee. I don't really trust coffee. I think coffee like can mess with your gut. Anyway, what can I say about this? I mean, the Silicon Valley people, you know, I think there's a lot of lies about Silicon Valley. The first lie is that the people are working on important, innovative problems. I don't really believe that's true. I've met a lot of them, and I look at their companies, and a lot of their companies don't do what they say they can do. Full stop. And then I look at the fact that a lot of their companies really struggle to sell to the government. And the reason they struggle to sell to the government is that the government has mechanisms whereby it actually tests the claims of a lot of these tech companies, and a lot of them fall down, like they don't actually succeed. And we could go through each one of those companies if we wanted to. You know, that's sort of beyond the scope of this kind of setup. But basically, there's a lot of dishonesty. And so I've come to believe that Silicon Valley, a lot of like the purpose of Silicon Valley is to create a fake because to move money from China into the United States. And what you see a lot of the time is you see a lot of these Silicon Valley people, and they get like super into like luxury real estate. Like luxury real estate is like a big thing for a lot of them. And I always found this like super weird because, you know, my family has owned property. You know, I've owned property. I now rent. You know, I'm not really a fan of basically the work that goes into owning property. And if you believe that like the future is going to be better and that you're going to bring about that future and you're going to do it through investing, then logically you would spend more of your money investing your money than you would like hoarding it in housing, right? Particularly luxury housing. Like it doesn't make sense. Whenever I meet a entrepreneur that supposedly has like this giant property, it's like something is weird here. So that's sort of thing one. Thing two, if you believe that it's a fake because for moving money from China into the United States, then you have to lie, like all money launderers do, about where the money comes. And the money comes, so you have to sort of pretend that these founders are so brilliant, and you could never question them. You could never ask any questions about what they're up to. You just have to sort of trust the plan, right? Does that sound familiar? It sounds kind of Q-like, right? It sounds kind of cult-like, right? That you just have to trust the founders. And if we mess with the founders, they won't actually work and innovate and do interesting things. And this is like obviously not true if you know the history here, right? So who would you say the most innovative American is, right? For me, it would probably be Edison, shall we say, right? Maybe Edison, maybe Henry Ford, maybe, I don't know. But they were constantly getting the shit beat out of them in the press, getting attacked, getting smeared, getting beat up in some cases, Edison in his early days. So I'm just not really persuaded that, you know, if you think about America circa like 1920, I think we were in some sense more innovative for our population than we are now. And then I look at the depositors in the Silicon Valley Bank list. Got like Circle, $3 billion. What the fuck does Circle produce? Does anyone know?
No.
So I go through the list of these depositors, and supposedly they're working on this cutting edge technology. And yet nobody knows what any of these people actually do. And then I think to myself, well, the Ubiome chick like was ripping off Medicare. The Theranos chick we all know, right? We're all supposed to lie and pretend that it wasn't an intelligence operation, but it clearly was. And so you sort of look out in the world and you see a number of these companies like Curative, fake COVID testing company getting billions of dollars. Again, Matt Mickelson, the guy who's the head of it, he goes and what does he do? He buys a big fucking house in Austin. So you just sort of like, you live in a very interesting time. And what I've come to realize in the last few years is that most of these people are betting on a model of the world that is dying. And some of them know it and sort of are like trying to transition out, which is why they're buying the big houses and sort of seem like they're always partying because they're basically retired. And some of them don't know it. And they're basically the lemmings going off the cliff. So that's kind of where we are as I see it. And, you know, I was thinking to myself the other day, like, wow, what are the odds that I would invest in these companies and have no exposure? Like I'd invest in 90 companies and I'd have no exposure to Silicon Valley Bank, right? Just think about that. Just like mathematically speaking, that's kind of weird, right? Surely I must touch it in some way. And yet none of the companies I do. Now, that could well change. Maybe there's some payroll thing or some bullshit I don't know about, right? That's possible. Or maybe one of the founders or several of them are lying to me. Also possible. But let's assume that it's true for the sake of this argument. Could it be because most of the companies that I've invested in actually work? Right? Maybe that's sort of a thing to think about. And maybe what we should be doing is asking ourselves why it is that we allow banks essentially to move money unrestricted from China and elsewhere, Israel, and we don't ask ourselves any like basic bitch questions about the funds because we've been led to believe that this is a golden cow, a golden child of innovation. And it's like, all right, well, where's my innovation? You know? I don't know. Anyway, that's sort of how I've come to think about it. And I look at my own life, companies I've invested in, helped start. They're actually doing shit. Like Clearview scared the fuck out of all these people in Silicon Valley because it actually worked. It would like take your picture, find everything, every naughty place you've been. And if you're partying constantly, you don't want everyone to know where you've been, right? So you kind of get a sense when you're in Silicon Valley that for all their talk of openness and transparency and radical honesty, there's not a lot of evidence for any of that, you know? So the thing that I'm now taking, the sort of like mantra I'm doing with everybody that I meet in terms of like how they operate in the world is just simple, like prove it, prove the claim, prove the evidence, prove your technology works. And the people who can really prove it they're like, okay, motherfucker, here you go. Here's the antenna for this synthetic aperture radar. This is how it works. These are the nerds that I've assembled to do this with me. This nerd is from this nerd place. That nerd is from that nerd place. You know, they don't like obsess about like their policies on whatever, right? Whatever the trendy thing is. They're just like building a synthetic aperture radar satellite. Now, I think diversity is important. I think diversity of all types is important. I don't believe in just only hiring Stanford or Harvard or MIT people, which, you know, we're not allowed to talk about, you know, how insular and how old clubby these things are, how cult-like and clubby they are, and how that's important for their operations, right? Like, if you had a bunch of women around in a lot of these situations, particularly women that were smart and not just pretty, I think a lot of these things would actually be exposed much sooner, right? You look at the Theranos thing, and it's like Schultz's grandson and this other woman are like some of the whistleblowers. And of course, they hired David Boies, who's, you know, plugged in with all the weird sort of Virginia Guffey's network and all that. So, what can I say about this? I mean, my takeaway in the last few years has been that there's a lot of people putting the con in Silicon Valley. And my read, looking at this just sort of like dispassionately, is that Peter Thiel, I think, basically trapped all this Chinese capital in Silicon Valley Bank. And I think he basically confirmed that he's the real MVP. Now, is he actually a good tech investor? I mean, I guess in terms of his returns, but, you know, based upon Founders Fund, you know, you wanted flying cars and you got Stemcentrx, right? I mean, Stemcentrx, the sort of fake pharmaceutical company. Or like, you know, Peter wanted to do impressive things and then like invested in like Rumble or whatever that gay dating site is, The Right Stuff or whatever. So that's kind of how I look back and how I see this stuff, like just as like one nerd who's met a number of these people and who's invested in some of their stuff over the years. And so my takeaway in the last few years has been, let's just ask questions about whether or not these things work, because these people, there's a lot of systemic risk here, and we need to be sort of thinking about that. And I would say too, like, a lot of us were targeted by these companies. Like, I didn't want to have a Facebook account, okay? But all my friends had one when I was 16, 17. I was the last one not to have one, right? So a lot of us as children were sort of put through this process where we were told that we had to share, we had to contribute. We couldn't get jobs unless we created a LinkedIn account. Oh, and we got to see who's following us on LinkedIn, so we got to pay another $500 a year. Oh, you know, hotels are so expensive. Let's do Airbnb. Oh, but wait, Airbnb has a $400 cleaning fee, right? So I think we're just kind of getting to this position where there's a kind of Gen X grind or a Gen X je ne sais quoi that is gouging the younger generations. And I think a lot of these things are coming to a head as the Gen X's own kids, right? So the people who are coming of age now, they would be the ones who are the children of the people who were children when Ronald Reagan came to power. They're sort of now being like, oh, man, this TikTok thing, or oh, Instagram, it's the worst, or whatever. It's like, well, you didn't really have any objections to this when this was being done to the millennials, right? So that's sort of how I've come to think about a lot of this stuff. And I think if you're going to do money laundering, you have all these other things that happen as well. You have drugs, typically. You have sex trafficking. These things kind of all travel together, right? Political influence peddling. All of this is of a piece. And my view about technology is that, you know, I'm looking at a portrait right here of Henry Ford. You know, I'm looking at I'm just like looking around my home office here. You know, I've got the Galton books. I've got got some other politically incorrect books, but I've got some stuff about human image capture, daguerreotype, which is basically like French facial recognition stuff, book from the 1880s. Anyway, like, so I'm like a real nerd. You know, I've done like the real nerd things. And I kind of resent people that fake being nerds. You know, they just kind of party the whole time. So that's kind of how I look at it. And I'm not impressed, is guess what I would say. And I think what we need to start doing is we need to start asking all these questions because let's face it, like as I wrote today in my piece about like the meatball, you know, the meatball piece, I guess you could call it. You know, Thiel has this sort of argument that like San Francisco has this problem, this tech curse, right? And it's like oil. And I don't think the problem is with the tech industry per se. I think it's with the people running the tech industry. You know, that's what I would say. And I think we allowed them to tell us a lot of lies because we've wanted to believe as a society. We wanted to believe that we would be accepted and join them, maybe. That if we did everything right, if we went to the right schools, right? If we had a good idea that they would fund it. But that's obviously not true. It's a rigged game. And that many of them have been playing us for suckers. But now, they're getting fucked every which way on the Silicon Valley Bank thing. And it's fantastic.
What about those people that say there's going to be, you know, obviously you've made your points clear on the notion that the depositors won't be made whole. And what would you say to those people that think they will be made whole because the contagion is going to get out there and it's going to affect bank runs on other banks and all that? What would you say to counter that?
I would say that these people have been wrong systemically on many of these questions over the years. I mean, I'm just looking at a list of the creditors here. And like, these are all like weird Asian funds that have money in Silicon Valley Bank. Like the overwhelming majority of these things are like, I mean, you can just look at them for yourselves. Like, this is not like top secret information. It's 46 pages of them. And you can just Google them like a basic bitch, like I've been doing, you know? And you can see for yourself. And there's trying to make this argument that there's this big, like, you know, path forward here. And I'm not buying it, you know? So there's a kind of game going on where people are claiming there's going to be this systemic risk. I don't see it, you know? So, I mean, you know, I think there'll be other banks that are somewhat affected, right? Like, I think First Republic will be affected. I think there'll be a wave of it'll be kind of like the SNL crisis, you know, where the SNL crisis sort of devastated Texas economy. But it'll be regional. It'll be felt in a certain way. I mean, Signature Bank, obviously, very Israeli. But I'm not really worried about this. The question I have is, like, why were they going and buying bonds 13 years in, you know, ultra low environment, ultra low interest rate environment? That's the question that I have, is why were they doing that with the, you know, I mean, everybody knew that we'd been 13 years with the lowest interest rates we'd ever seen, that there was really only way for interest rates, only one place for them to go, and that was up. And then there's the mortgage-backed securities thing. Why are they so obsessed with helping all these people get homes, buy homes? What's with the real estate shit, right? That's the question. And then I says to myself, well, Charles, you know a lot of Asians. I mean, fuck, you used to be married to one. What are all the Asians super into? Houses, luxury real estate. Why are they super into that, Charles? Because it's really hard to seize a house if you're the government, right? You can seize a bank account. You can, you know, seize a business, shut down the business. It's hard to seize a house. So that's what I think is going on here. Now, do I think that there'll be huge financial crisis? No, I don't. The Financial Times is kind of my go-to publication these days, and it's not because I'm like super Anglophilic. Frankly, like some of them like me, some of them don't. You know, my ancestors were on the other side of that whole thing, got kicked out of the old country. We took over this one and set this one up. So, you know, they remember that. You know, my ancestors fought them, Revolutionary War, both sides. We won, they lost. So sad. But so I just read this. I read the Financial Times, though, because, you know, we have a very British president, and we have this sort of AUKUS alliance. And you can just go through it, and it's pretty clear that these guys are not, they're not that big of players, other than their sort of small kind of regional part of it. And so I've been going through it right now. No, so as I said before, these people are liars, many of them. And so they're trying to claim that they have some sort of big business, and that this big business affects the American Main Street. But there's not a lot of evidence that Main Street is at all affected by these tech companies in any serious kind of way. I don't see it. I don't know about you guys, but I don't see any evidence for it. And I'm reading this. There's a guy on LinkedIn that I follow quite closely. His name is Kelvin Low, Kelvin space Low. And he's a professor at the National University of Singapore, went to Oxford University. This dude is just talking shit about crypto all day, every day. And so I read a lot of his posts, and this guy, John Stark, who's also talking shit about Silicon Valley all day, every day. But he has this piece up on his LinkedIn, and he just kind of goes through this pretty matter-of-factly, quoting from the Financial Times. Quote, "In the past few years, plenty of other banks received waves of deposits and put the money to work in long bonds. Might they face the same fate as SVB? Possibly. But SVB was an outlier in the banking industry in three ways. Its depositors were unusually sensitive to interest rates. Its assets were unusually insensitive, and its client base was unique." Okay? So let me repeat that. Its deposits were unusually sensitive to interest rates. So, you know, interest rates go up, the valuations of a lot of these tech companies came down. And remember, many of them borrowed against the value of their equities. Okay? Its assets were unusually insensitive. Okay? Sort of something to think about. And the client base was unique. All right. Then it goes in peculiar nature of its deposits. A recent report from RBC Capital Markets ranked the 100 largest U.S. banks in terms of various balance sheet characteristics. SVB was 99th in the proportion of its deposits that were under $250,000 at less than 3%. Just put that in perspective, 99th out of 100. Okay? So an outlier. By definition, not normal, right? That is significant because large business depositors, such as SVBs, are extremely price sensitive. They demand more interest as soon as they see rates rise. Small retail depositors don't bother, hence the immediate pressure on SVB's margins. Secondly, how much did SVB invest in securities? On the proportion of total bank assets held in securities, on the other hand, SVB was first at 55%. Most banks own lots of floating rate loans that pay more when rates rise, not SVB. Now, what does that mean? That means that this is not a normal bank, friends. This is something else. Now, we don't know yet what it is because we haven't gone in there and done the forensic analysis. But this is not a normal bank. Let's continue. Finally, then, there's the startup angle. SVB's clients were creatures of low interest rates, too. When Fed policy was accommodative and the VC money was flowing, startups were confident and flush with cash. Higher rates and the tech sell-off has changed all that, leaving young companies jumpy and tight with their money. And as somebody who's, is a entrepreneur myself, I can assure you, and I've got my own money in my startup, we are tight as fuck. We pay people well, but we hire rarely. All right, let's go on. When Bloomberg reported on Thursday that Founders Fund, the prominent VC fund, was recommending its companies pull their money out of SVB, that may have sealed the bank's fate. Now, I've heard it said that there were very few VCs that basically triggered the whole thing to collapse. And if you think about it, you wouldn't need that many people to do this, right? Just take your money out and to cause the whole thing to implode. Because let's say, you have a typical venture fund, 3 billion or 10 billion or whatever, right? So you got 3 or 4 of the big chip ones to withdraw. That would cause the cascade. All right, let's continue. How does this compare to other banks?
Wait, Chuck, can you put the link to this article on Jumbotron?
I will in a sec. Other banks' portfolios of long-term government bonds will be a drag on margins for years to come. That was largely understood by analysts and investors before SVB fell apart, however. Still, its failure may have changed things in the banking system. After SVB's demise, depositors, their confidence shaken, may demand more interest for their depositors, squeezing banks' margins. Right? But remember, they're going to demand more interest unless they're not really investors, unless it's the front. Unless all the money coming in doesn't want better terms because it's a front. It's not really about trying to generate yield. Okay. But this is a profitability problem rather than a threat to solvency in the style of the 2008 crisis. All of which I think is true. By the way, banks are always risky. All right, let's just be honest about that. Banks are always risky. This is why there are all these rules around banks and have been for a very long time. Yeah, some of these things are quite funny. Just tried to wire money from my Samsung smart fridge to my Roomba, and it wouldn't go through. That's pretty funny, Kumar. Anyway, so what can I say about this? What's been the conclusion that I would say about all this shit? Well, and by the way, I think maybe we can get. Let's see if we can get Ken in here. Is Ken around? I don't know. Look, everybody who's worked at one of these venture funds, particularly the bigger ones, knows that it's kind of a cush lifestyle, right? There's kind of a lot of bullshit. Yeah, there we go. Mason was kind enough to put that up there. SBV's collapse is not a harbinger of another 2008. Yeah, quite right. By the way, I have my doubts about how bad 2008 would have been if we just let some of these banks fail. I actually think that the system would have been far more robust than we give it credit for, but whatever. I know we're supposed to believe that the world was ending in 07, 08. I don't really buy that and have never really bought that. I think it would have changed the nature of the country. I think we wouldn't have been such a New York-focused country, but I think that may well have been good for the rest of the country. So that's sort of how I've come to see it. I think that there's a lot of lies here that are not being kind of readily addressed. And now we should also consider too, Silicon Valley does have blacklists, okay? And this is important to understand as well. So one thing you notice a lot when you study cults is the cults try to keep all of the money within the company, they have the company town, right? Something that Musk is doing now. They have people who work long hours, right, for very little pay, kind of like a labor kind of thing, right? You see that a lot with these cults where they all will work for pennies or for free because they want to spend time with the guru or the leader, right? Something you also see with a lot of these Silicon Valley companies. Now, yeah, sure, I guess they're promised equities, right? But we all know that a lot of startups fail, and so how likely is that? So that's sort of another way that I've kind of come to see this as well. Um, what else could I say about this? Yeah, I mean, I highly recommend people just go through and look at the depositors themselves. You know, um, they should just look at it for themselves and see what's going on. Um, yeah, I mean, the other thing you kind of realize too is that a lot of the Silicon Valley people are into weird, degenerate lifestyles. Um, Now, I'm not here to judge people's weird, degenerate lifestyles. I myself have been accused of having one such, having been a Republican. Um, but, weird, degenerate lifestyles, whatever, that's fine. But you'll see there's a lot of like drug use, right? Why? Why are all these people being encouraged to take acid, or why is that like a big part of the culture? Well, the reason that's a big part of the culture is that it makes you more pliant, right? It makes you more willing to go with the flow. Another thing that you need is people to go with the flow if you're moving large amounts of money from one group to another. Now, in the case of, we've sort of talked about this a bunch before when it comes to like how Silicon Valley works. There are these large funds that form, and they form with university pensions, they form with all kinds of money from overseas. And what the funds do is they take a fee off of that money, the so-called 2 and 20 model. They'll take 2% of the money raised, 20% of the carry, and that's sort of the traditional financing structure. Usually, the funds are on 10-year cycles, so every year they raise a new fund, and they sort of stagger this so they get fees on top of fees on top of fees, and that's how that a lot of the system works. Okay, so they're actually many of them are not getting the profits from their deals. A lot of them are what I've called fee monkeys before. Now, this is how it just like actually works in practice. So you could imagine, let's say you make an investment, 2010, whatever, 2000. It's by 2020 that you'll really realize the returns, right? If you were right. And when you look at something like Silicon Valley's relationship with China, so as I've said before, the U.S., we want to buy all this cheap shit from China. This is sort of like our birthright as Americans. And so what we do is we buy all this cheap shit from China. China gets our dollars. They have those dollars. They hoard those dollars in their banks, which are really auxiliaries of their state, much more so than ours are. They don't really have a notion of like independent banks like we do, or at least like the fiction of one like we do. Regional banks, it's not really a thing in China. It's very like command and controlled. And then the state directs the money that are in these banks to be invested in certain things that are national priorities for the Chinese government or for the Chinese state. And that's sort of what the Belt and Road Initiative is about. That's sort of like what their whole operations are about there. Now, so they get this cash from America, these dollars, and they run around the world spending those dollars in things like real estate, real estate funds, which is what all the commercial real estate is about with Jared Kushner. And a lot of the people who backed Trump, they were all into commercial real estate. And so they put money into those funds. And then the EB-5 program is a big part of that, right? Where if you invest a certain amount of money, your kids get to be American citizens. And that's great because you get all these benefits of being an American citizen. And you get the money out of China, so it's a win-win, right? And remember, they can't own things in China. They get 99-year leases, right? But they don't own property. They can't pass property on to their kids. So that's one way they do it. And of course, we've talked about the bribery that goes on, where they'll bribe certain people. They'll bribe African dictators to get resources. That's a big part. That's a big part of like the Chinese objective. So that's why you see things like, what was going on in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the former dictator there, Joseph Kabila, was getting bribed by an Israeli guy named Dan Gertler, who was a big friend of Jared Kushner's and Steve Mnuchin, and so he was removed from the sanctions list. He was on the sanctions list at the time. And what was Gertler doing? Well, Gertler was using children as slaves to extract all of the rare earth resources in Goma and in the eastern DRC. And they were using those resources in turn to put them into your Tesla, right? Or your Bird scooters, right? And let's not forget David Sachs, who's losing his fucking mind over the Silicon Valley Bank meltdown. Let's not forget that he was a major investor in Bird, right? Which is a form of money laundering. I think we can be honest about that now. I don't think we need to lie about it anymore. And if they kick me off of Twitter, I'll just have more time to spend doing other things. Now, of course, you know, you look at Jason Calacanis, you look at David Sachs, and you start to dig in on their past, right? You start to like look at them and you're like, huh, Jason Calacanis, and maybe Tom could share this, some other people could see this. Like I've written about Calacanis and Sachs's family connections with like the actual mob, right? Like David Sachs's wife is a mob princess. It's not like up for debate. It just is. Like you guys can read that. And, you know, share it up in the Jumbotron or whatever. We'll put it up there in a second. And Jason Calacanis' father, like, got raided by the feds for running a mob bar. So, you know, you look at these two guys, and they're the boosters for, you know, the bailout here, right? And that should kind of tell you a lot of what you need to know. So one way to think about Silicon Valley is as a kind of place where the deep state, which has national priorities that invest in the future. And you can think about all the different tech companies throughout, you know, world history that have been sort of formed by different states working together, right? Georges Doriot, for those who are unfamiliar, Georges Doriot is credited with being one of the guys who invented venture capital. There's a number of great books about him. He's a famous Frenchman. Georges Frédéric Doriot, and he was heavily involved in setting up a 1946 an outfit called American Research and Development Corporation, which was basically like a kind of deep state venture fund. He invested in a company that was started by this young guy from Massachusetts who ultimately settled in Texas. A guy you might have heard of. His name was George Herbert Walker Bush, and of course invested there. And many of those people went and they did other kind of interesting things. They went and they were involved with like J. Hawk Whitney's outfit, which of course was the sort of British J. Hay Whitney's outfit, which was the sort of British deep state's answer to venture investing. Whitney, by the way, for those who are unawares, was the inspiration for Bruce Wayne when they were setting up Batman, sort of like as a noble kind of English guy. Kind of interesting history there. So anyway, what do I bring this all up? Well, I think we're going back in time. We're going back to the 1950s model of how things should work in venture. And I think this is going to be an extinction level event for a lot of these other players that were involved in a world in venture investing that was really about consumption. And what happens when you have low interest rates is people consume more, right? They borrow more money. Interest rates are low, right? Party on. So when people are partying on, they're getting more in debt, right? But they're also like consuming more things. And what I think you will start to see over time now is you'll start to see people be more conscientious about their consumption of resources. Now, partly that'll be because of the ESG, ratings. Partly it will be because there's simply just not as many resources to go around as there once were. But there'll be all sorts of excuses that are proffered for like why you can't consume as much. Now, it won't necessarily be a bad thing, right? Because the government will push through policies for you to do things like work from home. They'll encourage you to own a solar-powered car or an electric car, and they'll encourage a lot of decentralization of power. So a lot of the things you'll need will be relatively close to you. But it'll be the days where you will buy things on super tankers from China. They're drawing to a close because we just can't. We don't trust the Chinese enough to give us what we need. Okay. Now, what else can I say about this? You have to really understand the history of venture capital. You've really got to take it seriously. And when you take it seriously, you notice that there's a lot of bullshit that these guys are talking about. And if you look at like the history of Sequoia, right, you'll notice that like Roloff Botha is the chief steward there, I guess is what they call him now. And Roloff Botha is married to a Chinese woman. You know, he's got a very interesting, weird ties with the CCP. And Roloff Botha himself is sort of like a princeling of the apartheid South African regime. And you just go through the history on each of these guys, which I've started doing on my Substack, and you'll start to learn a lot about what the real history is of these things. And I encourage you to do that, because I think that when you understand the history, you can't sort of be taken advantage of as readily. And I think there's sort of an attitude that a lot of people have, oh, I'm just an engineer, I'm just a this, I'm just a that. And I think that that inclination is really not a wise way of behaving in the world. Anyway, I see Rufus is here. I'm going to bring Rufus up. What's up, Rufus? Are you going to sell us on how the Ivy League is great again? Is that going to be your thing tonight? Rufus? Did I lose you?
Hey, what's up, Charles? Hey, sorry about that. Just got on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go
awesome. It's been a while since we've talked. Hey, I actually had two separate questions regarding this. One is you mentioned earlier about Bird, the scooter company, being sort of a money laundering scheme. And I think I told you this before. I interviewed with Bird a few years ago, and I was shocked at how they didn't have a serious financial or accounting operation. It was basically just run by a bunch of kids who basically were just kind of burning through VC cash. And I was like, this company's not serious. So can you kind of elaborate a little bit more on what you meant by Bird being a money laundering scheme?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's not complicated, right? So, you know, the Bird batteries, you know, were produced in China from rare earths that came from slaves in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Not my opinion, by the way. Like, that's a fact. And these batteries were sort of cheaply, artificially produced and then dumped on the U.S. market. And they were then used to do all sorts of things. Like, and they sold us a lie. Like David Sachs sold us a lie. And the lie is that we were all going to be like running around doing nonsense, right? Like traveling around on scooters. But then people were like, oh shit, these things are dangerous. And there was all these weird crashes that would happen for people that were like in the intelligence community that would ride around on these scooters. Because remember, you turn them on with your phone. Right?
Yep, that's right.
And so what started to happen was different countries' intelligence agencies banned them from using Bird scooters, which is like, why would they do that? You know? And the answer is because they're unsafe. And why are they unsafe? Well, because maybe the Bird scooters can be fucked with in all these elaborate ways.
I mean,
So
was there actual evidence that the app was getting hacked by, I guess,
that's
third parties?
That's a good question. I know that there are a number of countries that believe that. Was it true or not? I couldn't say. I didn't do the research. You know.
Got it. Interesting. And then my second question is kind of a broader question about, you know, sort of your hypothesis that this kind of being the quote unquote end for SV, for Silicon Valley. If President Biden and the Fed does not bail out SVB, we kind of see like a mini version of '08, obviously on a much smaller scale. Like, how would that kind of change, I guess, the power players and sort of the landscape of the next few years? Meaning that it seems like Biden, from my analysis, he is much less, I guess, friendly towards corporate powers in tech and Wall Street than Obama was. Is that sort of a correct assessment?
Yeah, I mean, Obama was a part of them, right? Obama got early shares in Netflix. Obama got a Netflix deal. I mean, Joe Biden will be lucky to be alive after the end of his, 2 terms in office. I mean, he'll be 86 years old.
He'll be 86 if he's done. Yeah, he'll be 86.
And his dad, I think, died at 87 or some shit.
Yep.
So I mean, there's no like giant book deals for him. There's no like, there's no like.
Obama. That son of a bitch, Barry Hussein Obama, has made so much money since leaving the White House. I mean, he's cashing in like a pimp. I mean, it's unbelievable.
And so then the question is always like, was he always this way? And I happen to think he always was this way. So
Obama's a total scumbag. He really is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like go too much into Obama, but because you know, there's a whole bunch of us who like voted, who are anti-Obama, and then we're pro-Trump, and then pro-Biden, which is a very strange group to be in. But it is what it is, and I didn't have in my magic 8 ball that Joe Biden would be the most effective president. I mean, frankly, I was
Gosh, man, dude, I'm like anti-Obama, anti-Trump, and anti-Biden, so I have no idea what I'm so disillusioned right now. It's pretty ridiculous.
yeah, you have a rough go of things, but
Yeah,
but
man.
anyway, so I've become very I've talked to a lot of people at the FTC. I've talked to a lot of people in the Biden world. They do read my Substack. I do know this. They do pass it around. They do ask me questions about it. And so I'll go to dinner with them. And I live in the Northern Virginia area, so it's relatively easy to get a hold of these people. So, or for them to get a hold of me. So, we'll go and we'll have dinner or coffee or whatever and talk about what should be done. And I think for years, the Silicon Valley people had a sort of arrogance of how they approached DC. They sort of kind of assumed that like all the smart people were in Silicon Valley. And that has never really been true. I mean, whenever you have a metropole, right, you suck in a lot of brains. So, like, I lived right down the street from the National Reconnaissance Office, which for years people said didn't exist, right, which now exists. Which of course is the satellite, place where some of the companies that I've invested in. Now, I think the problem in general is Silicon Valley, by being too Chinese, has failed to invest in a lot of subjects here. And I shared the stuff about Jason Calacanis, having some of the mob tie-ins, which you can see up on the Jumbotron, and I shared some of the stuff that Mason had about, the SVB had a almost 20% market share in the Bay Area, higher than expected. Certainly important to know. And then the other question is like, I think there's this large question here about whether or not a lot of these things actually work. And I think we need to be sort of mindful about that moving forward. These people make a lot of claims about how the world works, and I think we need to be sort of aware of that. So, what I would say about this is I think what's going to happen is that there's going to be a series of Silicon Valley players that remain. I think Thiel may well be one of them. I'm not sure yet about Andreessen. I think Andreessen has way too much crypto.
Well, apparently founders withdrew their money from Silicon Valley Bank right before the implosion, so they're kind of safe, I guess, in terms of the
question,
cash.
of course, with Thiel is Thiel being turned by U.S. intelligence? That would be a question that I think people should be asking and thinking about.
Yeah. No, I mean, Peter has evolved in the past few years. I don't quite know what's going on with him right now. I mean, he kind of went from being like this pro-Trump contrarian to like, I don't know, kind of doing his own thing right now. So it's kind of hard to figure him out.
Well, I think if Thiel is smart, he will basically join Joe Biden in the No Malarkey Alliance, right? If he's smart, that's the play that he'll make, and he'll go and feed his competitors in the venture world. He'll feed them to the machine or to the meat grinder, and you can kind of see that with Musk, right? Like Founders Fund was not present in the deal to buy Twitter, right? They were not present in that deal, and you can kind of see. I think that Founders Fund has a lot of weaknesses in its game. I think the partners that are there are way weaker than the ones that started the company. I mean, Ken Howry and Luke Nozick were deeply impressive people, however one feels about them.
Wasn't Keith? Isn't Keith Rabois in Founders Fund now, or am I thinking of someone else?
And I've written about Keith Rabois as a sort of proxy for Israeli intelligence, particularly Likud intelligence, because he has a lot of connections with Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah.
And so my general view, just to be blunt about it, is I think that macroeconomics matters an awful lot more for assessing people who are very, very wealthy. So, like, I think as Germany's in trouble, I think Peter Thiel's in trouble. As Likud is in trouble, I think Keith Rabois and David Sachs are in trouble. As China is in trouble, I think Jeremy Liu of Lightspeed and all these other things. I guess he's since retired, but you got the drift.
Yeah.
And I did this piece on Rabois, and I think Rabois, has basically made a lot of middle class housing more expensive, right? And I think Rabois has a lot of problems, and I've written about a lot of those written about a lot of those problems, over the while. So yeah, I mean, I think, you look at, BlockFi is in trouble. Almost all the crypto lending
Yep.
properties are trapped. Now, if you're a U.S. intelligence property, remember we've just come from Silicon Valley, or we've just come from the SBF matter, right? Which was a kind of like unregulated casino operating next to our country in Bahamas. Not unlike Meyer Lansky running a casino in Cuba, or Sheldon Adelson running a casino in Macau, right? These sort of like island casino Jews is kind of what I've called them. There's a sort of question now about compromised banks, and how many of our banks have been taken over by the Chinese. How long has that been going on for? And that's something we should really like think through and sort of talk about. How do we deal with that issue? Now, I personally am for real forensic audits of these things, raising real questions about where other countries bring money into the country, what channels are approved and not approved, right? I think we need to be a lot more tightly controlled with how we allow foreign money into our country, where it goes, who handles it, all the rest of it. I would be more dirigiste in that way, and directing the foreign dollars as well. Like, what industries can they go into? Which ones can they not? And that indeed is kind of what the Commerce Secretary is doing. Gina Raimondo is doing that to a large extent.
Yeah. I mean, will this crisis though result in sort of further consolidation of wealth and power? Like the bigger players survive and do well, and then everyone else gets squeezed out, which is kind of what happened after the financial crisis in 08. The big banks got just bigger, and the regional players got squeezed out. So I guess my concern is that this kind of will lead to just a further entrenchment of the big players in sort of finance and tech.
Yeah,
It's not quite the same situation though when they're kind of almost crowding out emerging companies in this VC tech space, where if you have all these fake players and all this place is supposed to be for new players and technology, then I don't know if it'll be as bad. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you, Mason. And I actually think that the reason there's been a huge consolidation in the country has been all the Chinese money coming into our system, encouraging a kind of oligopolistic capitalism in the United States. So I think the reason we've had a lot of these monopolies over time is that there's been, well, first of all, Peter Thiel wrote the book 0 to 1 about basically, a justification for monopolies. And I think a lot of people tried to get monopolies. And those monopolies came at the expense of consumer welfare and worker safety in some cases. And I think we need to be sort of mindful and honest about that. Like, we should be, talking a lot more about stakeholder capitalism and a lot less about corporatism. But yeah, I mean, you look at this. So just look at the depositors. I mean, go through them. I'm sure, Mason, you've got a copy of them. And like, there's a lot of weird like crypto shit in there.
What's your have you seen the list of all the crypto companies? So there's Circle.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot in there. There's a lot of ones that I'd never even heard of that are in there. Somebody wants to go post on the Jumbotron. Somebody wants to find and track down. I think Leah posted it earlier. That's where I got it from the depositors list. I was searching for it.
You were talking about Founders Fund earlier. What's your take on this company Varda?
Oh, I'm not a big fan of Delian. I think he's a fraudster. And I think the smartest thing that Thiel could do right now is actually restructure Founders Fund.
Yeah, what is Delian's deal? He just seems like a scammer.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things that he's claimed that have not proven true. So make of that what you will.
I mean, how do you think Founders Fund should be restructured? What did you mean by that?
I think that a lot of the partners there should be encouraged to leave, and Thiel should run it much more in keeping with the old spirit of Founders Fund. Here's what I would do. What I would say if I were Peter Thiel is I would lean into you're goddamn right. I killed Silicon Valley Bank. I've been killing banks since my PayPal days, and this is what I'm about, motherfuckers. And by the way, this is a Chinese compromised bank. I don't want to have any of this shit in the United States. And the name of my fund is Founders Fund, not VC fund, not not Chinese fund. It's a founders fund, and I have an obligation of my founders to warn them about a deeply compromised, fucked up bank in the form of Silicon Valley Bank, and that's precisely what I did. Why didn't the other VCs warn their founders? And the answer is because they're self-interested and self-motivated, and that they're dishonest a lot of the times, and there's all these kickbacks and insidery deals that go on in Silicon Valley, which we're of course not allowed to talk about, but everyone sees evidence of. And these people all need to go out of business. I'm the real VC. Give me money. I will take care of your money, and I'll take care of the founders. And then he should kick out Keith Raboy, who is basically running around palling around with that criminal Mayor Suarez. I think a lot of them will try to do the DeSantis play. That's sort of a dumb play because DeSantis is going to get fed into the meat grinder by Joe Biden. If Joe Biden has a pulse, he's winning the 2024 election. I don't necessarily like that, by the way. Like, I think it's kind of fucked up that we live in a country where we just like decide every 4 years like who's the oldest or weirdest or blackest or whatever person to be president. But that's basically how we run this country, you know. And if that's just how it's going to be, and so I think there's a 0% chance that DeSantis becomes president. But I think all these people who ran away to Miami so they could avoid paying California taxes. Let's be real here. It's not because it's like better for business in Miami. I mean, have you met people in Miami? Like,
Yeah, I would never live in Miami. Absolutely not.
I mean, I would do time in like a low stake minimum security prison over living in Miami. Like it's stressful there because like
oh my
literally
God,
everyone
I can't
there
do
is
it.
a criminal.
Yeah.
Everyone in Miami is a criminal, and they're trying to tell us that like, oh, this is the tech future, and it's like, no, you're just a gay man who wants to live there with his husband and pay less taxes. Like, I get it. Like, I mean, I don't get it, but I get it.
Yeah, that's what I was like. You know, I'm a huge DeSantis fan, but Florida is a pretty trashy state. I mean, I'm not gonna lie about that.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's obvious, right? Like, if you go to Florida, Florida, you know what I'm talking about. And
Oh yeah.
by the way, that has its charms. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not against visiting Florida, but living there, good Lord, no.
Oh hell no, hell no.
So anyway, so that's kind of how I look at it, just like stepping back. And as I wrote in the piece today, I think that the problem of a lot of the tech sector is they have not paid their fair share. Like, we all kind of know that there's a lot of them that are tax cheats. The ProPublica article came out and showed as much. And we know that the state, is going to basically do to them what the state did many years ago to all the robber barons. And that's why we have Carnegie Hall, and that's why we have all this philanthropy that all the robber barons all decided to do all at once, right? Like, sure, that happened like that. No, of course not. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to see. And I think the smarter ones are already kind of cutting their deals with the US and British deep state. Now, the interesting question for me, the thing that I keep coming back to is, does anyone buy this bank? And I don't think anyone will. I don't know if anyone, has another view on this, but I'd be curious to hear it. I saw the Reuters story about the Bank of London potentially purchasing it. But of course, the story first broke in Sky News, and that's a Murdoch property, so that's trash, right? Just being blunt about it, just is what it is.
Was that the one that was quoting that there were offers for between 40% and 70% of their value or whatever?
Yeah, I think that was the one, which is kind of interesting and weird. Now, the other question too is, you'll notice that like the Chinese are very quiet. Like, Bibi said like, oh, I'm going to do everything I can to protect all the Israeli companies that are there. So first of all, that's weird, right? Like, why are there 500 Israeli companies that like bank with Silicon Valley Bank, right? Like, are we allowed to have that conversation? I don't know. So there's a lot of this stuff where Silicon Valley Bank is a kind of gangster bank. By the way, this is a bank that's had problems before. In the 1990s, it was taken over by the feds and sort of monitored for all these weird real estate investments it was doing. And what do you know? All they're doing all these weird real estate investments all over again. And I pointed out, there was a board member there who like stole a bunch of money and moved it to some bank in Andorra because like I guess that's what you do. I don't know. It's just fucking weird. So there's like a long history here of this bank up to weird stuff, and it's only like a 40-year-old bank. It's not that old, you know. So the question becomes like, what's really going on here? And I think what it is, in the case of Silicon Valley is where East meets West. So as the U.S. and China, or the U.S. and Japan, in the case of the 1990s, where they start to have struggles, that's where things get more complicated and more weird. That'd be sort of my frame on it for what it's worth. But yeah, and I think there's a lot of people who are going to get hurt in this situation. But let's be real, like a lot of these companies are actually fake. Like we all kind of know that. Like I don't want to lie anymore and pretend that they're real. I get that like there's all these people who like, oh, I work so hard. It's like, yeah, you work so hard on a fake problem. You know? And
Yep.
And crypto. Jesus.
yeah.
Like, come on. You want to tell me that you're not facilitating money laundering? Let's fucking do real source of funds analysis to see how quickly you get fucked up.
Yeah. I mean, look, I was super into crypto early on. I made a bunch of money from it. But then the U.S. government told me, like, Charles, stay the fuck out of it, or we're going to put you in trouble. You're going to be in trouble. And I was like, okay, I'm out of it. But the fact that I got that memo, and like, I tried to warn people about it. I was like, yo, the crypto thing. And then I'd have like the dumbest, smartest friends of mine, right? The dumb, smart people, the ones I'm talking about, like the ones who had like the right pedigree, the right schooling or whatever. And they tried to tell me some shit about the blockchain. And I was like, come on, man. Like, you're a government major from a liberal arts college. Like, shut the fuck up. So there's a lot of this sort of dynamic at play. And I think that's sort of like what we need to be sort of mindful of and talking about is sort of asking ourselves, like, hey, does this stuff actually work? Like, are our smartest people actually just going into intellectual cul-de-sacs, wasting their lives?
Well,
and isn't that the point, right? Like, if you're China, don't you kind of want to put a bunch of like smart people to sleep in the United States and have us go work on like stupid shit while they go and secure all the bauxite in the world or all the cobalt or whatever,
I would push to you that I was intellectually underwhelmed my entire time in Silicon Valley. Maybe slightly in the biotech sector at Genentech and places like this. Like there was some reason.
Well, Genentech is the deep state company,
yeah,
right? Like if you go and you study, like if you go read Valley Boy, which is about Tom Perkins and the history of Tom Perkins and all of his like weird spook connections, through the U.S. intelligence community, and you're like, wait a second, is Tom Perkins a spy? And like, it's very hard to read that book and not just be like, yeah, he's probably a spy. He's probably CIA. And he was the guy like setting up Genentech. And those are just facts. Like people can whatever. And then you go and you look at many of the people involved in the early history of Sequoia, and like some of them are like legit kind of like Italian mob adjacent, right? And like you're just not supposed to have that conversation. It's like rude. It's like rude to talk about these companies and actually study them and like look at who these people's parents are. This is like you're supposed to believe that they're all like rock stars. They don't even have parents. How dare you? How dare you even ask?
What's the deal with Michael Moritz? What's the backstory? Do you know?
Well, the question about Michael Moritz is Michael Moritz a British spy or not? That's the big question. Now he's from Wales. He grew up basically grew up over there. He was writing about Steve Jobs. I think he actually put Steve Jobs on the cover. I want to say of like Time, maybe Newsweek or something. And he ultimately became a VC and was heavily involved in Sequoia. He had a sort of health scare a few years ago, and he sort of conveniently retired. And that's sort of where we are today. It is what it is.
I also think the notion that, the smartest people, I don't think the smartest people work in crypto. I think it's faux intelligence. I call it faux industrialism.
Yeah, agree.
Well, I mean, the question is like, what are the smartest people in our country working on? And that's
elite finance. I mean, a lot of it's elite finance and VC and tech, right? I mean, that's kind of where the big brains are going.
Yeah, and that's a real problem, I would say, for our society.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, like basically, past 20 years, the nation's best and the brightest have gone to Goldman Sachs, McKinsey, Google, Microsoft, Facebook, etc. Right, and that has some problems.
Well, you and I have debated about this, and I think there's a lot of middle management psychology that goes on at a lot of these so-called elite schools. I mean, the question you have to really ask yourself is like, where are the Edisons? Where are the Fords? Neither one of whom went to college, right? Like, where are those people in our society now? Can they not get funding? Can they not get backing? I mean, J.P. Morgan, I wrote about Edison a lot, and like J.P. Morgan basically went to the British. The British like kept writing fat checks to Edison, and that's like why we have like the American, like it's like why we have is I mean, look at all of us who are in our homes right now are like using electric lighting, right? Like it's like nighttime or whatever. It's 3 a.m. So like that's all like an Edison thing, right? So the point is like the British beat a path to his door to keep financing him, and that story is a very important, impactful one because it suggests an alliance between America and Britain, where Americans come up with ideas and the British finance them because the British have like shitloads of money because of how their pensions are structured and because of like how their banks work and everything. And because they don't really have entrepreneurs over there. Like, we're supposed to lie and pretend that like Dyson vacuum cleaners are like impressive or something, or maybe even Rolls Royce. Rolls Royce is like kind of impressive, I guess. But like that's kind of how things are, right? And so the British, in America, like we used to work together like a lot more closely in a lot more subjects. But that's sort of not how we are anymore, I guess. I don't know. It's an interesting question. Anywho, my takeaway on the Silicon Valley thing in general is that it's over now. It's done. And if you have friends there that you care about, whatever, get them out of there if you can. They should go work on something important and impactful. Now, if they don't know what that is because they've been brainwashed or because they're getting older or whatever, my heart goes out to them. But they were lied to, and we need to just stop the lying.
So, like, what's the next big thing then if it's not Silicon Valley or Wall Street?
I think there's going to be a lot of stuff on climate tech. I think genetics is going to be a big part of it. I think finding resources with space is a big part of it. So like the ability to find like where the diminishing stockpiles of like, rare earths are, that's going to be important. I think food production, making food production efficiently is going to be important. I mean, there's a lot of places to go, but our economy is getting less Chinese and it's getting less abstract. It's getting way more practical. And I think that's where we're going to go, over the next few years.
Hey, Chuck, did you see the 30% tax on Bitcoin mining electricity? Thoughts?
I'm not surprised. I'm shocked that like people are even allowed to Bitcoin mine anymore. I don't really believe, like, as somebody who was a miner in Bitcoin, I do wonder, like, people are like, oh, it's just a random number generator, man. It's like maybe the Chinese who like make the Bitcoin machines are rigging the casino and paying out their operations in the United States. Maybe there's a whole bunch of people that are like rigging the game, But you're of course like not allowed to ask that. You're not allowed to question the mighty Satoshi, right? He's so impressive, so interesting. Oh, it's a secret. Like, who is he? Nobody knows. It's like, get the fuck out of here with that. I was into crypto early on simply because I thought like the internet would have like some kind of currency. You know what I mean? So like that was my thinking on it, and I like the idea of being able to buy things like drugs on the internet. I didn't buy any drugs because I was too much of a pussy. But like that's what I was interested. I was interested in those kind of things because I was like, oh well, I can buy diabetes drugs for this chick I'm into, who's a diabetic. And then I did that, and then she went out with somebody else. So make of that what you will.
Did you ask Edward Snowden about Bitcoin?
I never met Edward Snowden, but I did ask Julian Assange about it, and he was a fan.
Sorry, Julian Assange. Sorry, did you ask him?
He was a fan about it. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. I think the Bitcoin thing is kind of done. And by the way, like it's kind of weird. Like the people who are really into Bitcoin, it's like, what do you do all day? Oh, I just wait for my Bitcoin to go up. It's like, okay. Or I post a lot of things on the internet about Bitcoin, and it's like, oh, okay, thank you. That's super good use of your life. You know. Have you guys ever watched the movie Idiocracy? You know how there's like that
Yep.
scene in it where he's like the new president.
Yeah.
You know, well, you got like Terry Crew or whatever, and then you have
Camacho.
you have Luke Wilson who becomes president, and he gives a speech at the end where he's like, "Smart people in this country, they used to do things, and they were like, they committed respect. Well, maybe not respect, but they were doing things." And I feel like in the last few years, we just don't really have smart people doing things anymore, or not quite to the same extent. I think the one exception to that is the whole Musk story, but the Musk story is starting to break down too, right? You saw that the other day where Steve Bannon was exposing that Musk has all these ties to China, which is true. Steve has his own ties to Chinese under organized crime, but whatever. We'll sort of excuse that for the purposes of talking about this, Guo Wangui and all that. But yeah, I think we need to be sort of asking this question. And so as we kind of look out into our own economy, so the way I've kind of thought about this is like, all right, 07, 08 happens, everyone's freaking the fuck out because they're like, oh, the economy's going to implode and we're all going to die. I remember that kind of vividly. And I remember just being like, wow, this is exciting, like to go into this job market, age 17, 18. So anyway, when all this stuff was going down and all this craziness was happening, I was personally very excited by it. I thought it was like a very interesting time. But what happened was they just went over to China and they're like, yo, China, will you bail us out? And China was like, oh, okay, like we know our economy will collapse if like you guys stop consuming. So yeah, sure, we'll bail you out. And that's sort of like when the bull market started in tech, because the Chinese had like shitloads of dollars. And that was sort of like how they stabilized us. That's what the TARP and all that stuff was about. It was a sort of Chineseification of the United States. And what's happened now is that like we all kind of know the Chinese are lying about their numbers and their economy. And everyone kind of knows that and everyone's like, ha ha ha. Like China's just like, they're liars or whatever. Like nobody trusts their numbers. But nobody thinks like, hey, wait a second, how does that affect us? Like maybe our numbers are fake because they're built off of the Chinese fake numbers. So maybe there's just like a lot of fakery going on. So I think that's kind of true. I think that's basically what happened over the last bit. And then add to that a Ukraine war, which makes like Europe a lot more interesting, right? Because it's like there's literally a fight for the soul of Europe. Like, what is Europe going to look like, right? Like that's kind of amazing. Like I'm sure everybody here remembers a time when they read like Jihad versus McWorld or whatever back in their comparative politics class, and they're like, oh, no two countries that have McDonald's like go to war with each other. You remember that? Everybody remember that? Yeah, it was a thing. And so obviously there are McDonald's in both in both Russia and Ukraine, and they're still like murdering each other. So my point in general is these like large macroeconomic forces are way more descriptive of how like the world is actually going to be, and they're leading indicators and lagging indicators. That's sort of how we need to be thinking about this. So this coming year, COP 20. The COP, whole thing about global climate change and all the rest of it. Where's it going to be? Who knows where it's going to be? Without looking it up, no cheating. Does anyone know? Don't all speak at once. It's going to be in Dubai, because of course it is. So we have an oil-producing country that's like super shady. It's up into all this super shady shit. But they're going to be hosting the climate change discussion about how we can change the world by using all these new technologies. And they're going to be investing in a lot of climate related technology, or so the thinking goes. And so Joe Biden has convinced some of these petro states to start actually investing in technologies that are ultimately good for the environment. Will other petrostates follow along? I guess we'll see. But anyway, that's
Chuck,
sort of how I see this shaking out.
Jack, I just got a
Go
call
ahead.
from I got a call from somebody listening in this group, and they're curious what you think of the yen carry trade.
I don't know enough to say there. I mean, I know that I was supposed to have dinner tonight with somebody who does a lot of stuff with the Bank of Japan, and he canceled on me and is freaked out about what's going on in Japan right now. So make of that what you will.
Thank you.
Yeah. So said I went out and had dinner with somebody else. But yeah, all the Asians I know right now are freaked out. Like in terms of tech investing. By the way, if you're an Asian, come on up here. I know, Rufus, you sort of count, but you're like a Georgian. You're like a redneck in yellow face.
Yeah, man, I grew up listening to country music and eating waffles, and I'm a diehard Republican. So,
Yeah,
um,
and dating white chicks. Like, do you even count?
dude, you know what's funny, Charles?
I
Like,
feel like I'm more Asian than you are. Like, just
you've definitely been with more Asian girls than I have. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that, brother. I mean, seriously. But
I mean, I did marry one and have a child with one, so I think.
oh yeah, you beat me by a long shot. Like my mom, like she still gives me crap for not being married to an Asian girl. And she's like, why are you dating these white girls? And I'm like, I don't know. I live in LA and they're pretty and they're pretty easy to mess around with. And she would like just give me a really hard time. And now I'm like, Mom, I did really well so far. Like she's like, none of it matters if you don't marry a nice Asian girl. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, Mom, like you're driving me insane right now. You're driving me insane.
Yeah. I mean, mothers.
Yeah. But Charles, so you're saying how the Asians in tech are going crazy. Like, what do you mean by that? Because I haven't talked to too many of them so far, but
They're just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, Silicon Valley Bank was supposed to be like super safe. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? And then there's all this like weird stuff going on in China. A lot of their business models were about investing, investing the profits from Chinese industry. But if all the Chinese numbers are fake, right, and Americans are like changing their supply chains, right, to like be less Chinese, well, like a lot of people are like who built their whole lives on like betting on Chinese growth are like, what the fuck is going on here? And that includes a lot of their neighboring countries that have sort of built their economies accordingly. So you're a lot of my Asian friends in the tech sector are like very confused right now, which is
yeah,
good.
because not only because one thing that's definitely true, and and I'm being kind of stereotypical, but whatever, is that a lot of the Asian Americans have a faith in the whole culture of meritocracy and doing well and going to the right schools and working at the right companies, right? Checking all the boxes. And when that doesn't lead to the desired outcome, there definitely is sort of, I guess, disillusionment and resentment and confusion if things don't quite work out.
Yeah, I mean Asians are quite conformist. I mean, we can just be honest about that. I
No,
mean,
absolutely. Yeah, and this
I
this
think
is
that's by the way why they didn't like all kill each other. Like
yeah, no, I mean, and this is one of the critiques I have of the whole, I guess the Confucian influenced East Asian culture is the conformity. And I mean, there's upsides and downsides too, right? I mean, the upside is, they do have extremely low crime rates, both in the U.S. and in those home countries. The downside is that they haven't really innovated much in recent years.
yeah, I mean, we sort of need them not to innovate because if they innovate, we might be in trouble.
Have you ever?
Yeah, I do wonder, and Charles, I do wonder what would have happened if China was never taken over by Mao and the communists, if they would be in a totally
I
different
have a
spot right
different view
now.
on this. I actually view Mao as a very necessary figure.
Really? Can you elaborate
Yeah.
on that? Because
So my view basically is the central fight in China is between the city slickers and the country boys. And the country boys and the city slickers hate each other. And we were pro country boy in the form of Mao Zedong in the 1970s. And that's why Nixon kind of opened China with him. And my read is that Deng Xiaoping and Xi are part of a rival force relative to the United States, and that is a sort of important thing to understand. And so, my interpretation of world events is Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao. These guys were much more like part of the pro-American Chinese deep state, whereas Xi is part of the anti-American deep state, and as was Deng Xiaoping, for that matter. So that's why, like, Mao repeatedly, Mao and Mao's people repeatedly tried to keep Xi out of the Communist Party and becoming a Communist Party member. They sort of banned him repeatedly, and it was only when Mao died that Xi was finally allowed in.
Yeah, interesting.
If you read the Wang Huning stuff, like if you take the Wang Huning shit like really seriously and like read that, there's a lot of very interesting stuff there. And I've written about it, so people can kind of go through it if they're curious. But Wang Huning he's one of the most interesting thinkers in the world, I think, that's sort of like criminally understudied.
Yeah, what really confused me was him being able to reach out to the KMT. Is that kind of a product of the country faction dying off and the other faction taking power, or Wang Huning engineered it?
Well, the question you have to ask yourself is what is Taiwan really? Right.
They have a whole bunch of stolen loot from China from when they fled.
Yeah, so my view is that there are countries that are actually prison colonies. They're actually like not so like we're all like ha ha ha, the Australians, they're all criminals, ha ha ha, right? And like we all laugh about that, right? But we never ask ourselves like, hey, are there other countries that are like penal colonies? Right? Like what are those countries? So like I think Israel is a place like there's the cover story, right? The cover story is all these Jews were persecuted. That's really bad. We're against that persecution. No good. We don't like the Holocaust. All that jazz. But then there's the other story of like, hey, maybe this is a great place to send all those troublesome Jews, right? That's sort of like the other cut on the history there. And please don't cut this and like say weird things about it. But that's basically the frame, right? And then you think about like the Refusnik Soviet Union situation, and a lot of the Jews who were there were sent to live in Israel, and they became the backing for Netanyahu and the sort of rise of Likud in Israel. So my view on Kuomintang and in China is that Chiang Kai-shek was known to the British as General Cash My Check, and he would basically like not fight the Japanese. He had a sort of separate peace with the Japanese, and he would take all the resources he got, and he would go and fight the communists, go and beat the shit out of them. And we liked Mao because Mao would actually fight the Japanese, and he would fight the Kuomintang. So then what happened was they all ran away after Mao took power, and they all ran away to Taiwan. Now, if you are anti-Mao and Chinese, so like Xi's view is that Mao destroyed a lot of Chinese culture with his communist revolution, which is true, and that Mao was basically trying to Americanize China. That's his sort of frame on it. That's his critique of Mao. And I don't think he's totally wrong about that, by the way. There was a lot of tech transfer, a lot of knowledge transfer, between China and America in the 1970s. Famously, Kissinger was meeting with Mao, and Mao was like, hey, man, I've got like 10 million Chinese women. Like, do you have a solution for that? Like, what can you do for me? Can you hook me up? and Kissinger like records in his diary, like, this was the most unusual proposal from a foreign dignitary that I've ever received.
See, that's what I need to hear, because I've taken like 3 or 4 classes on China or East Asia, like history and politics classes. They've all been trash.
Yeah, they've all been trash because they've all been encouraged to be trash. I think the British really get the Chinese a lot better than we do, because our interpretation of a lot of the Chinese stuff comes from the missionaries who went over there. So they sort of color a lot of our perception of reality in China. And then we also transpose this ideological framework onto the world, because we believe that our ideology is the source of our power, rather than the types of people who moved over to the country and settled and started the country. So we tend to believe it's like a fight between the freedom and the anti-freedom or the terrorists or whatever. But really, like most of the world sees things much more in terms of like political factions and family lines and bloodlines and who moved where, when, and how. And we're sort of not allowed to have that conversation in America because it's like racist to know people are like from certain countries or whatever, supposedly. And nobody really wants to like dig too far in the family history because like a lot of us tell ourselves lies about our family. Oh, we never owned
I mean,
slaves, or we were
uh,
never involved in the Civil War. Like we've always been on the right side of every issue all throughout time, and you know, and
hey,
obviously
hey,
that's not
Charles.
true.
Hey, Charles, can I ask you sort of an unrelated question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, the Supreme Court is probably going to overturn affirmative action this summer, and I was kind of curious to get your thoughts on how that would kind of affect sort of the education and power dynamics in this country.
Oh,
Because
I think it's great that the Jews and the Asians are teaming up to make Harvard 100% Asian and Jewish.
no, well, hold up, Charles. The Jews and
It'll
Asians
be
are
like Lowell
rivals,
High
though. I mean,
School. It's
no, hold
fantastic.
up. No, but hold up. Jews and Asians are rivals, though, meaning that the Jews see Asians as a threat to their, previous academic domination, and so the Jewish power in these schools have kind of declined over the years. And so I'm not quite sure if Jews and Asians are actually, quote unquote, allies in this sense.
Well, I mean, Edward Bloom, who is running the whole operation, he's a Jewish guy, right? And you can go and you can read The Price of Admission by Daniel Golden,
Yep, great book.
and who's a Jew, right? Like
Yep.
I've met him, whatever. Or you could read The Chosen, which is by Carabel, who's a Jew, right? So, I don't really believe. So first of all, I don't really believe in the meritocracy. I used to believe in the meritocracy, and then I sort of realized that like the meritocracy isn't real, particularly if you're poor and white. It's like not a real thing, and we need to just be honest and open about that. And I
Sure.
think if we're not honest and open about that, that's how you get a Trump, right? Is you get all these like resentful,
Oh
like
yeah,
smart
no, I
white
agree.
kids that like overthrow the system. And the best thing about Joe Biden is he's made it safe to be a white male again, right? Because like, it's true. Like Joe Biden has made it okay to be white. Don't tell Tucker Carlson, but he has. And that is like I think one of the healthiest things about the Joe Biden presidency.
Yeah, you know what? So I was talking to my white conservative friends about this, and they're like, "Yeah, man, like I'm gonna be real. Like when Trump was in office, I was super uneasy, and like they were just on edge about fears of being called a racist during the entire 4 years of Trump presidency. And now they feel more relieved. I guess they kind of feel like the
Yeah.
culture war has kind of
No, I
taken
mean
a bit of a dive.
Trump basically rallied all the crazy liberals, and he wouldn't protect you from them attacking you. So there was like no reason to actually be an out Trump supporter, right? It was a sort of
Yeah.
dumb trade. It was a bad trade.
Yeah,
The
that
Trump-
didn't make sense at all because, like, in summer 2020, when BLM had the riots, I was kind of like, okay, like, Trump's gonna go in there and use the Insurrection Act, but he didn't. He just tweeted law and order. I'm just like, okay, this guy's supposed to be a strong man. He's acting like a total pussy. Like, what is going on here? Like, I didn't quite get it, you know?
No, it's a bit, but if you understand the riots were triggered by the Chinese, right?
Oh, wait, hold up. Yeah, Charles, I mean, you gotta explain that, man. That's like,
Yeah, so Black Lives Matter. So, like, a lot of the minority groups within the United States have tie-ins. So, like, just as the United States. So here, let me put it this way: the reason I knew Donald Trump wasn't anti-Chinese really is that he never met with the Dalai Lama.
interesting. Yep, I was actually worried about that as well.
Okay,
That's a really
like,
good point.
that's a tell. And then he never said shit about the Uyghurs.
Yep. Yeah.
Which is also a tell. Because the way it kind of works is that when you have countries that you're adversaries of, you almost always try to rile up or fire up their dissident groups as sort of like checks on the power of the supermajority. So like the Han supermajority, you always bring up like, oh, look at the Uyghurs or look at the Tibetans or whatever, right? So that's always how that game is played. And that's sort of my critique of this, right? So that's sort of my critique of Trump. Now you look out at Trump, and it's like I think those are the opportunity zone riots, right?
Yep.
Most of the
Absolutely.
riots take place in opportunity zones. Of course, who's moving lots of cash into the United States? The Chinese. Where is that cash going into? Into like cadre Jared Kushner's real estate holding company. And
God,
what
I
are they
hate
doing?
Kushner.
They're having people burn down all these properties in the inner cities, which could then be declared, they're getting them for even cheaper. And if you hold the property for, I think it's like 10 years, 15 years or something, you pay zero tax on it. So it's
That's
a
right.
form of ethnic cleansing through opportunity zone politics. And then,
But who's playing who though? I mean, are the Chinese deliberately doing it to hurt poor black people? Like who's playing who? I guess in this sort of
so the
dynamic.
Chinese are just using whatever crazies are at hand. So Give Sun Go is the evangelical crazy, crowdfunding money laundering vehicle. Indiegogo is the Chinese one, or GoFundMe. And so, you'd see these people who are like critics of Trump, and they'd like raise all this money all at once that would look like a crowd fund. And maybe some of it was legit, but a lot of it was weird Chinese money. And if you Google like Chinese, GoFundMe, Black Lives Matter, you'll see that there have been investigations about the Chinese moving large amounts of money through crowd funds. That is a very common thing that you see. You even see things like the Proud Boys get a whole bunch of donations from like Chinese Americans, and you're like, well, that's not true. Like that's not the thing that went on.
I mean, do you buy the argument that the sort of the acceleration of BLM and those other racial identity politics groups beginning Obama's second term was sort of a way for corporations to kind of divert attention away from Occupy Wall Street and sort of the rising economic populism after the financial crisis? Do you buy that theory?
Put it a different way.
Yeah, so basically the argument is that so you had, Occupy Wall Street in Obama's first term, and people were getting really angry at Wall Street and sort of the economic elite in this country. The corporations then said, okay, guys, this is getting way too hot for us, so let's kind of use our influence and power to kind of divert attention away from economics and towards race. So they kind of embraced racial identity politics and wokeism beginning Obama's second term. And that's kind of when you saw the acceleration of all these concepts like systemic racism, wokeism, anti-white, BLM, police brutality, all that stuff kind of really accelerated beginning Obama's second term. So that you can see sort of the rise of those sort of, concepts tracing back to Obama's second term, and that kind of coincides with corporations becoming more woke and corporations embracing this type of racial identity politics.
Yeah, I mean, I've always kind of seen it like you're always going to have some malcontents in your society, people who are pissed off about this, that, and the other thing, and you can kind of channel them accordingly. So, like, if they're super pissed about the banks, maybe you can channel them into like being pissed off about racial matters. That's sort of one way of thinking about it. I've sort of come to the view though that like you're always going to have a group of people that are upset, and those people will be activated or marginalized or encouraged by other foreign governments. That's sort of how I've come to think about it.
Yeah, no, I
So-
agree, but I feel like though that racial divisions have gotten worse in the past 10 years, not better, and that can't be a
Yeah,
coincidence.
but I think actually, well, I don't know that I believe that actually. I believe that people talk like they've gotten worse, but as a practical consideration, no, I think things are actually like pretty good. Like if you just look at it, like, would you, if you were black, and by the way, some people in here are black, so like, feel free to raise your hand. We won't just pick on you because you're black, but you're welcome to come on up and tell me if I'm wrong about this. But a lot of blacks I know were like pissed about the Make America Great Again slogan because they were like, it was never good for our people in the past. Which I don't know that I necessarily buy or whatever, but I can see the point. And what they would say, they would say is basically like, hey, America's pretty great for us right now. And I would say that's true. Like if you think about Joe Biden's presidency, Joe Biden, I think, has been way better for Black Americans than Barack Obama was. And Joe Biden is president because of Black Americans, right? So I think we need to be sort of mindful about that. And of course, he rearranged, his whole operation. South Carolina is now the first Democratic state to vote. So these are things that like you need to kind of notice and take seriously. And if you look at like if Biden continues to do as well as he's done with black voters, he will continue to do very, very well. And I think that that is something that we need to sort of think about. I mean, that's why he won Georgia. You know, your old stomping ground, Rufus. He got it. He got a larger share of the black vote in Georgia than Obama did. You know, which you're not allowed to talk about.
Well,
You know,
well, so that's partial, right? I mean, the main reason Trump lost in 2020 was because he slept with white men, especially college-educated white men. He actually
yeah.
improved with non-white voters compared to
Oh,
2016.
yeah, because he sold them out to the Jews. You know.
Yeah, no, dude, I agree. No, dude, we agree 1,000%.
Yeah.
I mean, he was off on the lockdowns and the riots. He was off on big tech in
I
China.
just
He
remember
basically
all these people saying to me that like Donald Trump was like the second coming of Hitler, and I just remember saying to them
Jesus
like,
Christ, yeah.
we were saying to them like, well, like the dude is a terrible Jew hater. Then like all of his kids are marrying like have married Jews, and like I don't buy it. I think he's actually like going to be the I think he's going to be the Ed Koch. He's going to be our first Jewish president. That was my argument.
Yeah.
But I didn't think he'd be our first Likud president. I thought
No,
he
I
was
mean,
more Germanic Jew than he
no,
was.
I mean, Charles. Even before he became president, I mean, Trump had a real hard on for Jews. I mean, he was constantly praising Jews for being, really smart and hardworking, and like he had an affinity for Jews that was way beyond just lip service. So that
Yeah,
was pretty obvious.
I didn't really understand the role of Roy Cohn and how Roy Cohn had like maneuvered himself in there. I didn't understand a lot of like Trump's relationships with the mob world. I sort of tangentially understood it, but I didn't get it fully. But on the Silicon Valley point, I know we've talked a little bit about the Israeli question around this, and I think that that is an important component of this. I don't know if people saw some of that as well. There was some fascinating stuff there about Bibi, Bibi's relationship there. Where is it? Da-da-da-da. I'm going to put that up in the Jumbotron in a second. Yeah, my friend John Badalamenti asks, how much unrealized loss exposure does the state of Israel have with the Silicon Valley Bank question? I think it's a good one. It's a good question to ask. So, Bibi is in Rome right now talking about an American bank while ignoring mass protests in Israel. It's not a good look. People are noticing. And of course, if you have 500 Israeli companies there, including a lot of your spyware company, that's not a good position to be in. So I think we're going to start like doing real inquiry on a lot of these tech companies now. And I think as they're perceived as weaker and weaker and weaker over time, what you're going to see is you're going to see a lot more people like take shots at them. And I think that that is a very important thing to understand in this context. I think they're way weaker than they appear. That would be sort of my sort of just general frame on this.
Charles, I wanted to add something to the topic, which is just a reminder that Tim Draper of Draper Fisher Jurvetson, he was very Netanyahu aligned, and in terms of like the context of the racial strife, and Tim put more than $20 million into initiatives to break up California, and he's supportive of restructuring U.S. state borders, which in other words means weakening the U.S. And like he claims that this needed to be done or there will be a civil war. So I feel like a lot of the racial strife is just coming from those initiatives to try to weaken the United States by pitting people against each other
Yep.
and trying to break up the state borders.
Yep. No, I agree
and
1,000%
I think that's what you see with the Chinese involvement in Texas as
What
well.
was the name of
where
that
the-
person who was?
Tim Draper. Tim Draper,
I had never heard of
Draper.
him before.
He's a venture capitalist. Yeah, he's like an old school. He's like I don't know. He's like in his 70s. Carrie, is that right? He's pretty old, right?
He's
No.
late
Or
60s now. I
late
would say.
60s. Okay, got
So
it.
his father was heavily involved in tech investing, and his son as well. And his father was some kind of Nixon guy, if I recall correctly. Do you recall, Carrie? Like you know some more about the family history, I think, than I do.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And I believe it was his grandfather was like he comes from a very pedigreed family, and his grandfather was part of the Marshall Plan after World War II to restructure the world economies, and
Yeah, he was the first. I think he was the first ambassador to NATO, if I recall. His
that's
grandfather.
right. But Tim is a wayward son, and seems like he's compromised, and yeah, he's the founder of that Draper Fisher Jurvetson that was the early backer of Musk. And yeah, since I was in that situation, it was like way back, it started in 2013. He was already back then making these initiatives to break up California. And there's initiatives for Oregon and Idaho. And they're using woke culture and these racial wars to like drive those initiatives. So the initiatives are actually backed on something like, this state has resources, rare earths or whatever, and the efforts to reorganize the states are around those type of things. Even Tim even openly said like he wants to reevaluate the California-Nevada borders to align Silicon Valley with Las Vegas casino money, which is Sheldon Adelson, which is
Yep.
Netanyahu.
Yep.
So, and he's not quiet about it, and people thought that was kooky, but no, he put more than $20 million into trying to do these things, and it only benefits Netanyahu to and BRICS, not just Netanyahu, BRICS, to weaken the US, to have everyone fight each other. So when you look at like USA Today, if you Google the Oregon, Idaho, state separation initiatives, like border redraws, some of them will focus on the actual correct thing that they're trying to do, you know, which is not a correct strategy, but like, oh, because it's about resources. And then other publications will just drive home woke culture. Idaho and Oregon want to separate because of the woke culture.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like a part. I think a part of this is a deep state doing this to kind of incite white conservatives to do another January 6th or something even bigger than that. Because there's a lot of stuff going on where, like, I mean, I see white conservatives getting really pissed off, and I feel like something's gonna pop off pretty soon, and they're gonna use it to kind of suppress conservative voices.
But the
Oh, I
thing
don't think
is,
so.
it's not just
I
the.
think
Go
it's.
ahead.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
think it's slightly different. I think there's actually a lot of. So I think a lot of rednecks in America have been psyoped by the Fox Newses of the world, and that basically what's happening now is that Fox News is going to be sort of taken down by the sort of deep state in the lawsuit with Dominion. And my read is that there's an effort right now to sort of like, there's like a lot of rednecks in our country who have been sort of mind controlled by QAnon or by Fox News or by whatever. And they've been sort of like led down a path of radicalization. Things like the Flight 93 essay, I think, are a part of this.
Yep.
I think the Claremont Institute is a part of this. I mean, I know Tom Klingenstein, who was the major money for Claremont until recently. And Tom would basically talk about us being in this like great war. And I remember thinking to myself, like, when I was in his like apartment on the Upper West Side, and it's like, it's like a $10-15 million apartment, some shit like that. And I'm thinking to myself, like, what the fuck does this guy know about a war, right? Like, he inherited the business from his father. There's like a lot of these family office people that are like this, where they basically like their lives have no real meaning, and so what they do is they sort of agitate in different ways, and they sort of go to the, like, I call it the endless dinner party, but they sort of go to the endless dinner party where they all are expected to say something like kind of edgy and outrageous, and they all sort of like agitate each other that way. And what I've come to realize in the last few years is that basically it's all performative, right? Like none of these people were actually present on January 6th, right? It was, what they were doing is they were having the pawns go first and storm the Capitol and cause the disruption. And that's sort of like pretty sick and disturbing. But no, I actually don't think the deep state is radicalizing people. I think actually the deep state, in many respects, is actually a force for de-radicalization. I do think the FBI is pretty fucked up. And, we can kind of maybe talk about the FBI's problems, which are legion. Like, I think Charles McGonigal is symptomatic of a much larger problem. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw that story today about the FBI agent in the LA Times. I mean, I could just read you the headline on it in the LA Times piece. It's how an FBI agent's wild Vegas weekend stained an investigation into NCAA's basketball corruption. An LA Times investigation reveals new details about a probe about an NCAA college men's basketball and misconduct by the lead FBI agent in Vegas. So anyway, so this story happens, and what's interesting to me about it was the FBI agent who was fucked up in all these ways. He was transferred to a counterintelligence squad in October 2020, the same month he and his wife bought a home listed at 32,000 square feet with a swimming pool in suburban New Jersey. Yeah, so I don't know. It's very interesting and very weird. But eventually he got in trouble. And 4 days later, Carpenter signed an agreement to plead guilty to a misdemeanor charge of conversion of government money for gambling away. So he gambled away the money that he got from the government. The agreement in his pre-sentencing memo detailed the events surrounding his misconduct in Las Vegas. They suspended him after he pleaded guilty and then terminated him in May. So we have like a lot of this problem. And then we had the guy who was like looking things up for the Armenian mob. So we have a number of these players here that are pretty bad in a lot of ways, right? They're pretty bad. And the thing is going to accelerate as time goes on. So I think what we're seeing now, though, is if you think about it like this, though, we have all these chips now. And the chips and the CHIPS Act, all these chips are going to go into things like cameras. They're going to go into things like, better tracking software, better tracking technology. And what that's going to do is it's going to make us a lot more honest. We don't really need in-person informants in quite the same way. And I think, honestly, my view is that had a lot of people had facial recognition on the day of January 6th, they would have realized, like, hey, these are foreign actors or these are feds or whatever encouraging me to storm the Capitol. They would just everybody had cameras on them. What if they were like clear viewing everyone around them and they were sort of being like aware that everyone around them is not necessarily a good actor? Maybe things might have changed. So I don't know. I think there's going to be a lot of questions about January 6th for many years to come, but I think in the main it was a very in the main it was an event that like Silicon Valley in a lot of respects participated in, right? It participated insofar as like people were recording each other on video. Obviously Trump was kicked off of all of his social media platforms right afterwards. And I think that culminated that sort of series of events of, you couldn't use Twitter to cause disruptions anymore because Trump was gone. They sort of handed the keys over to Elon. And Elon has become the new Trump in a lot of ways. That's sort of like one of the interesting stories here.
I'm interested in this notion of breaking up the United States. I talked about this on my own broadcast. I've talked about it with you as well, Charles. This runs deep. I'm just curious, is there does this Draper person who's doing the Cal exit stuff, does he have a connection with Thiel, like a direct, or is it just a kind of
no?
2 degrees
They're
of
not of
separation?
the same network. So if you go and you just study the Draper bloodline or whatever, which you can do on Wikipedia, Draper comes from this like kind of WASP family that was involved in venture capital. Draper Fisher Jurvetson is the name of their fund. Steve Jurvetson is, he is Estonian, of Estonian heritage. And then I don't know what Fisher is. I don't know if you know, Carrie. I've never really run into Fisher. I've just met Jurvetson and Draper. Draper's a very strange dude too. Always wearing like a suit and tie. Always with like a Bitcoin tie. He sort of like plays a character of sorts. But there's this Draper has a lot of Russian connections, right, which Kerry knows about, which, they sort of brought in a lot of Russian money through their fund. And the Russians, of course, have the national divorce kind of frame, right? Because for them, like 1 in 3 Russians after the fall of the Soviet Union wasn't in Russia, right? So they're sort of, what they're trying to do to us is they're trying to break us up to have us experience the same pain of multiple countries as they had, as their empire collapsed in the post-Soviet era.
Yep.
I just, without going into detail, I have on pretty good authority that Thiel is in some way doing some of this national divorce stuff. They seem to be very interested in state lines, and they're basically promising people that, Republicans will win, we'll have more of these electoral college seats, et cetera, if we do this. And it strikes me as just kind of like ideologically and philosophically wrong and stupid.
Well, it's possible that the Thiel operation existed in the past and that Thiel is sort of hands off now. Or it's possible he's, funding some of these ridiculous kind of things. I mean, I think one way to understand.
What I heard is very recent.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, if you have anything on that, send it on over, and I'll run it up the flagpole and find out from different people about it. I'm curious now.
Yeah, I'll talk to you off air.
Yeah, I think in general, Thiel is going to have a choice, and the choice is to align with the U.S. interests or be crushed by them.
Yeah.
And he's going to try to middleman, which is kind of his tradition, and that's a mistake. It's a tactical error as well. In many respects, Thiel's own fate kind of mirrors Germany's, right? In that, like, you could think of like the Nord Stream pipeline pumping in Russian gas into Germany.
Yeah,
it's kind of like Christian Angermeyer and his relationship with like Rebecca Mercer, and the Yuri Milner money being pumped into Facebook, right? And sort of the destruction or the sort of bringing to heel of Germany is something that Thiel himself is going to experience by the U.S. and British forces.
I think it's maybe important to point out too that, theoretically, before Charles and I met, we were supposedly on opposite sides, and Democrat and Republican and opposite on all these topics. And I think these initiatives are driven on both sides. It's not to punish Democrats or Republicans. The foreign interests are going to target both parties. That's how they win, not just one. Although obviously the money and all the main stuff is happening on the GOP side, but they need both sides to be, to play in battle. And that's not helpful. And, you can see even now people on the left that are probably aligned with that. Well, they're very angry that I talked to Charles, very angry, and they try to publicly slam me for it.
yeah.
And it's kind of hilarious. And they if we hate each other, whether it's gender or race or whatever, then we can't put the pieces together, because once we do and our Venn diagrams overlap, the answers are there.
Yeah, and I think that's why they tried very hard to control Twitter as a way of like causing disruption. And I think there's this sort of like these fake choices that they create, right? Where we're debating like race, we're debating like the tranny issue or like race issues or gender issues, rather than actually talking about like who owns what in the country and like how does the country work in terms of business, and are we importing like an overclass over us? There's like all these kind of questions that you're really like not allowed to ask or even talk to other people about. And if you talk about them on their platforms, they'll shut you down or they'll kick you off or they'll whatever. So yeah, it's a very interesting question. I don't know. Joe, I think that the Thiel has fired a lot of the Likud people from around him, where he's gotten rid of Eric Weinstein, which we've talked a lot about. He's gotten rid of some other players as well. Some of the Trump people who were around him are gone. Jimmy Caltrider's gone. So there's been a sort of reshuffling of people around him. So I don't know. I'm curious to see what will happen with Thiel. I think he will survive. I think David Sachs, Jason Calacanis, and Musk will not. That would be sort of my frame on it.
Hopefully. So I came in late. Well, first off, I would like to echo what Carrie said. I totally agree. And this has actually been, over the past few months, it's been extremely eye-opening for me. I have a new lens to view the world, and it's certainly not through partisan politics.
Mm-hmm.
But I was curious. So David Sachs is just losing his shit over the bank thing, and yeah, I was texting with one of my friends who's actually in the tech industry, and we were both kind of saying, I'm loving it.
No, I mean, the
but
Silicon Valley Bank story, it's like every day I wake up and there's like another angle on it that's even sexier than the one before. And it's
yeah,
like it feels kind of uncomfortable. It feels like kind of pornographic at a certain level. Like oh, all of the Israeli tech companies are like have their money frozen. Oh, like these giant crypto funds have their money frozen.
oh
Oh,
yeah.
and you just kind of go through it and you're like, my God, man, this is fantastic.
Well, surely he has a dog in this fight if he is this vehement about it.
Oh yes, his fund has a lot of money there. I mean, but
But he's claimed he doesn't, but I just don't believe it.
yeah. Well, I mean, he's probably lying. But it's sort of immaterial either way because Sachs is a conduit for Italian mob money, Russian Jewish mob money into our system.
Mm-hmm.
And I've written about his wife, who's got. I mean, her father was like in the mob. Like it's not up for debate. Like people can go read the filings that I've posted online. I mean, please, if people disagree with me, like point out where I'm wrong. Like you can read them. Like I'm not making it up. Like it's not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not creative enough to do that. I think there are a lot of us who believe that Sachs is a closet case, right? That Sachs had a lot of issues with women while he was at Stanford. He sort of met this young woman who was at Chapman University. Not exactly the school known for its intellectual robustness, shall we say?
He definitely has the face.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too edgy here, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, there are people I know who knew him at Stanford who basically report that they thought he was a closet case.
Yeah.
So make of that what you will. He was a big time Hillary Clinton donor in 2016. One of my friends actually went to him and asked him to donate to Trump. And he said, there's no way on God's green earth that Trump will be president.
Mm-hmm.
So that was obviously wrong. And so I think he's now in a stage where, he was quite close to Thiel back in the day. They wrote that book together, The Diversity Machine, which Diversity Machine, which I encourage people to read. Or was it The Diversity Machine or Diversity Myth?
I think it was a diversity myth.
Yeah, Diversity Myth. Diversity
Jeff
Machine.
Giza claims to have. They were all writing it together, I guess. He claims to have had something to do with that.
With the book?
Yes.
Doesn't surprise me. I mean, Jeff is, friend, but Jeff is, they're all of a piece, those guys, right?
Yeah.
And some of them are more pro-American. Some of them are more, American. So some of them are basically foreigners who have connections with foreign intelligence. Some of them are Americans who have connections with foreign intelligence. Some of them are Americans who have connections with foreign mobs. And some of them kind of ping between these groups. I think in general, the way I've kind of come to see it is a lot of these Gen Xers, they don't really want to respect macroeconomics. Mm-hmm. So they sort of see themselves as middlemaning between these different powers or middlemaning between the generations. And they sort of resent being forced to pick a side. That's sort of like not what they want to do. And so to the extent that, Sachs has gone and been increasingly crazy on a lot of these issues, and that's sort of where we've kind of seen him go. And I've written about him quite a bit, his tie-ins, and some of that stuff's up on the Jumbotron if people are curious, or you can just search my Substack for, for Jeffrey Sachs. I mean, the one I'm particularly proud of is David Sachs, subpoenaed by Twitter, enemy of the state. And, I sort of wrote a lot about his history, analyzing a lot of the things that he has said over the years. His involvement with the movie, the sort of famous movie What the hell is the name of it? Where he was an investor in it. But yeah, he was a huge cinema fan. He's back cinema quite a lot. His father was a dentist, I believe, and his grandfather was a Lithuanian Jew who was involved in the candy industry. Sachs himself was born in South Africa, and he was made as COO of PayPal. And Thiel told me quite often that his family was pushing a lot of money in there into PayPal in the early days, which is why Peter felt he had to make Sachs his lieutenant. The movie "Thank You for Smoking" is the one that he did. So the interesting thing about that movie is, I don't know if anyone has read the book here, but it's the Chris Buckley novel. And what's interesting to me about the book is that Nick Naylor actually goes to prison in the book. And when you don't have the prison angle, there isn't like a moral arc to his character, which I find very interesting. It's sort of a fascinating kind of thing. It's sort of like they took. If you read the book, it's very sarcastic, kind of biting, and the movie has some element of that, but it doesn't really give you a sort of sense of justice being done to Nick Naylor's character. Almost like he's allowed to bullshit his entire way through. That's the guy played by Aaron Eckhart, for those who are curious in the movie. So, but anyway, and Calacanis and Sachs have had a relationship that goes back at least 20, 30 years. I mean, there's interviews that, I think actually David Sachs was one of the first guests on the Week in Startups podcast that Jason Calacanis ran. They discussed their favorite movies, including Gattaca, which is my favorite movie, which is why I kind of remember it at the time. Go ahead, Donna.
With all this Silicon Valley Bank and then the McGonagall stuff that you brought up earlier, that was what I was raising my hand up, and then all of a sudden you went into talking about it, and I was like, oh my God. Bill Barr has to fall into this somehow, somewhere, with the Chinese and then the Israeli. And
well,
then,
as you know, Bill Barr was a huge fan of Israeli technology and Chinese Israeli technology being integrated into the Justice Department.
Within SWAT.
And he was, of course, very close to Leonard Leo. And we've talked about Leonard Leo getting all the money from Barry's side, the Russian.
And the Lubitsch, Chabad.
Yeah, the Chabad network as well, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then...
By the way, a major reason, this isn't often talked about, but a major reason Bill Barr was kicked out of CIA was because it was seen that Bill Barr was way too close both with the Israelis and the Chinese. So it's interesting that he sort of had this career at Verizon. He sort of did all these things, and then he comes back into the Justice Department after Sessions is sort of kicked out, which I found fascinating.
Well, he also was helping, before the January 6th stuff, he was going around to police departments before some of these riots that, was doing Operation Legend. And it just seems like he may have been able to set some of this up with cops and the riots and the Antifa, because remember, he made an effort to come out to say that Antifa didn't even exist. He did a whole thing on it. You know what I'm talking about?
I do, yeah. I just posted it in the Jumbotron.
Oh, okay.
An article I wrote about him. So Matt Gaetz and I raised these questions about DJI drones, which are, they have a huge chunk of the drone market in the United States and manufactured by China, and they subsidize the price of them to basically map out our entire country, transmit back to China. We know that they transmit back. So Gaetz and I made a big deal about this, how we needed to keep Chinese technology out of police departments. And that was right around the time that Bill Barr lost his shit with Gaetz and basically used the Joel Greenberg thing as a vehicle for going after Gaetz.
And the guy that came after him to blackmail him for the $25 million on his father.
Yeah, the $25 million for his father was Oleg Deripaska. Was supposedly connected with Oleg Deripaska, who's done all this stuff for the sort of Jewish-friendly, FBI. So yeah, there's a lot of these organizations that are deeply compromised. And I think Bill Barr is. I mean, the rod is usually at the top of these things.
Will we expose him though? Because I mean, it
Yeah,
seems like after
look,
as many
I think that.
decades, it's time for his spotlight to be exposed. I feel
Oh, I
like.
mean, the Bill Barr stuff is being exposed now, and it's pretty well understood that he's like not really going to be allowed to have a post 2016 or a post presidency. He's not really going to be allowed to have a career, right?
But didn't he let Jeffrey Epstein basically be murdered? I mean, it was on
Yes, he
his
let Jeffrey
watch.
Epstein be murdered, and he also refused to prosecute a number of cartel members and compromised
That's right.
Mexicans. And he refused to go after a lot of Israelis running drug trafficking with the Sinaloa cartels. And I mean, he did. I mean, when you go and you look at like all of the stuff that Bill Barr like refused to do,
And he shut down several people that were in the middle of testifying that they're going to, making their plea deals, and he shut the whole damn thing down.
Yes.
With Mike Flynn and
yes.
Roger Stone.
Yes. Many examples of that. Yes. Yeah, he's going to go down in history, I think, as the worst attorney general we've ever had, and we've had some real terrible ones. Yeah. And as time goes on, he gets in more and more trouble, which I love.
I have one more question, and I'll be quiet.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ben Netanyahu, what do you think is going to happen? Does he go back to Israel? Does he run? I mean, this is all kind of scary for them. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are.
I hope they kill him, personally. I think it would be good if they killed him.
I'm with you on that, but do you think that'll happen?
Well, I mean, they have assassinated Israeli prime ministers in the past. Yitzhak Rabin is a good example of that. Will the secular Israelis take a page out of the religious Israelis' playbook and assassinate the rival thing? That is a good question. I mean, there was that guy who did try and kill him the other day, who was killed. So I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe a Mossad agent will do it.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't think... Well, there's a lot of rules that the Mossad has about killing other Jews, but they could make a case that Netanyahu is a present danger to the state of Israel. I also think there's a lot of people who will want him dead as he becomes weaker over time, because he knows a lot about who paid who bribes, including himself. Now, I was always of the view, and a friend of mine called me and said this, actually. He said that Peter Thiel was done the second the German-Israeli submarine deal fell through. Apparently there was like some submarine deal where Netanyahu was getting paid all these bribes over the submarine deal with Germany under the Merkel government. And that's part of the corruption trial. And so the thinking is that, Israel, Germany were like deeply aligned in the Merkel years, because Merkel's party is like a lot more philo-Semitic in a lot of ways than we're sort of allowed to talk about, which is interesting, that whole history. I don't know what I think there. It's a good question, though.
So, in terms of Thiel, I've seen some bad takes on Twitter where they are blaming Thiel for the bank run, and people are saying things like, if we only have confidence in all these banks, everything will be fine. And he started the run by sending out like an alert on Thursday or Wednesday or something like that. And the most like reasonable response to that is that, he's a businessman. He saw a bad balance sheet and he helped himself and his clients, and, that destroyed confidence and there was a bank run. But do you think there might, I think he was probably you to have some wild takes. So
yeah,
do you think he tried to destroy the bank?
Yeah, well, the question is...
Or he was tipped off. Yeah, that's another possibility.
Yeah, so the question is, like, who is Peter Thiel really? And I think that is going to be the big question over the next 5 years. And he will get a chance to define himself correctly, or he'll be crushed by the U.S. And that he, to me, is the most interesting figure in tech. As people know, he's, like, invested in some of my things. We're not friends, we're allies, I think would be the best way to describe it. I have never really trusted him. I do like him, like he's fun to be around. He's sharp and clever in certain ways. But my sort of read on the Germans generally is the Germans are either like being super aggressive and into shady shit, which is like Wirecard and Nazi Germany and other things,
Mhm.
or they have to be sort of conquered, right? The Germans have to be sort of like brought to heel, and they sort of like that in a weird way. They're sort of like masochistic like that, and so you can kind of look at it as Schultz, who's very friendly with CIA. Apparently, Schultz knew that the Nord Stream pipeline was going to be destroyed, and was cool with it, which is interesting because he sort of saw the money coming in from the Russians, the gas and the money coming in, and all that kind of like pipeline relationship. He saw that as basically empowering the Merkels of the world, which is fascinating to think about.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, my read on Thiel is, if I were Thiel, I would lean into it. I would say, it's Founders Fund. I mentioned this earlier. I have an obligation as the head of Founders Fund to protect my founders. And this bank is obviously compromised in all these ways. And he, could make the case that it's a Chinese bank. He could make all these claims. I think the truth of the matter, though, is Thiel was tipped off in some way. And that Thiel, Thiel has all kinds of relationships with the U.S. government, many of which I've helped him build over the years, and with the British government. And I think that Thiel correctly intuited that he had an opportunity to rough up the entire industry and remake the industry, and that he could basically, he didn't have to outrun the bear; he just had to outrun Andreessen Horowitz, right?
Right.
And I think that story is going to be very compelling and interesting over the next few years. Now, the problem, of course, in my view, is that Founders Fund is terribly managed. That Founders Fund has like StemCentrix, which is a fake company. There are many problems with the Founders Fund narrative and ideology, and I think that is going to start to show over time. So I'm much more skeptical. I think Palantir has a lot of problems, a lot more problems that are publicly disclosed, right, about how it's losing contracts in different ways. You could kind of see that reflected in the stock price. You see just the other day in the Financial Times, German states rethink reliance on Palantir technology. German states are rethinking how their police forces use software made by Palantir over privacy concerns as the U.S. data group's ambitions to expand its European business come under strain. That's kind of telling in its own way.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's supposedly a front runner for a forthcoming, $400 million pound contract with the NHS in the UK. I don't think that that's going to be true over time. I think they're going to just continue to suffer. And if you look at the stock price, it's sort of reflected on that. Its stock price is really doing poorly over the buy. So yeah, my read basically is Palantir is the source of his wealth and power. Palantir right now, I think it's trading at like $7, something like that. It's been as low as $6, but like it was, in about 5 years ago. It was like $35 a share on January 25th, 2021. It's kind of interesting, right before Biden comes in, Palantir's stock is at an all-time high.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, its inauguration day is January 20th, 2021, and the stock price is like $32 a share. And then it like slightly went up to 35, and now it's been as low as $6 ever since. So that raises a lot of questions to me about what that's about, like who's transferring who money in that arrangement. I think Thiel is going to have a lot of problems if he doesn't crew up fully with the U.S., though. That would be my frame on it. And my sense is that the U.S. government will try and take over a lot of his operations, and that process has probably already started underway. I don't think he's going to have a choice in the matter. He's going to try to negotiate a better deal for himself, but I think it's not going to work out for him. I think
he seems to get tipped off on a lot of big things. Like he he spoke at some Bitcoin conference where it was like, Peter Thiel, Glenn Greenwald. It was just like the most horrible event imaginable. And but it was all promoting Bitcoin, and it was kind of like late stage bubble just before it burst type behavior.
Well, he was promoting Bitcoin at the same time he was selling Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was meaning. Like he seems to be a guy who gets tipped off.
Yes.
Who's tipping him off?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
It's interesting too because he gave a speech at one point at the Nixon Library where he described Bitcoin as a weapon against the US dollar. And then 6 months later, he's giving a speech where he's throwing money around in kind of a manic way, telling everyone to buy Bitcoin. Which is like, are you buying the dollar weaponization weapon, the attack of the dollar? I don't know.
Right.
Weird question.
I would be curious of how his ideology fits in all this. I mean, I actually listened to one of his talks at, I guess it was like an Oxford Union debate or something like this.
Yeah, where he insulted the NHS, which I thought was kind of a funny thing to do while you're betting for a contract with them.
Yeah, that is interesting. I have to admit, I was listening to it while I was sleepy, a bit like I'm sleepy right now, although I was even more sleepy when I was listening to it. And I just didn't see a lot of there, but perhaps like looking at ideology is the wrong place to look. But he has done these things. I mean, he funded seasteading or some like libertarian jack-off project.
The question you have to ask yourself is, what is seasteading really about?
Well, it fits into the whole paradigm that we've been talking about. I mean, we need to change the borders of states. California needs to leave, maybe Texas too. All this just kind of fucking around with like the existential basis of the United States, but doing it in this kind of libertarian way. But it's just all very, I find it very, I don't even know what to say. Suspect. I mean, but
I think it's very dangerous, personally.
Yeah. Because at some point, it's not just a game. It's not like a theoretical game. At some point, this kind of thing might work. I mean, I think the government would willingly tolerate, the Mises Institute conference on the glories of anarchy or something, because it's not going to actually go anywhere. But you start like trying to really do something. At some point, you are just going up against a power that you do not understand clearly because you're a libertarian.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really buy this view. So my view is that actually a lot of these libertarian conferences are not really about libertarianism. That's the cover.
So that's what secretly about gay sex. Oh, sorry. It's late. I'm being rude, crude.
Being rude and crude. And by the way, buggery as a private indulgence is, between two consenting dudes.
Definitely, yes.
I can do that. I'm all for it. And remember, Joe Biden endorsed gay marriage first as a way of punishing all of the gays out there, forcing them to all marry their husbands. So, just something to think about. What would have happened if Matt Schlapp had married his, one of his boy toys? The history of the world would be very different.
Right.
But anyway, no, my view is that basically a lot of libertarian stuff is an ideology, that's pushed by the Chinese and by the Russians and by the Israelis and by sort of elements of the German aristocratic state. And the purpose of it is to sort of weaken, what they might call Anglo-Saxon dominion. So you can think of seasteading, where would all these seasteads be, right? The seasteads would be, in the Pacific, right? These sort of like fake islands, right? Do we know anyone else who's building fake islands in the Pacific? Right? Chinese, right? Rather obviously.
Interesting.
So my view is that actually casinos are a part of it too, right? You get outside of the jurisdiction. We talked about the casino Jews before, right? Like Meyer Lansky and Sam Bankman-Fried, right? And of course Sheldon Adelson rather. So yeah, I mean, my read up basically, for what it's worth, is that Thiel is being given a choice by the U.S. intelligence world, and the question is, does he rise to that occasion? Um, how sincere is his libertarianism? Well, I've never really bought it when people say they're libertarian. When a woman tells you she's libertarian in college, it means that, like, I'm a right winger, but I'm down to have sex and do drugs. And when a guy tells you that he's a libertarian, he's really trying to say to you, like, I'm down to cheat you if you're not paying attention. That's always been my impression of it. And so, in the case of Peter, he's very friendly with Alex Epstein. Alex Epstein was, very close to. He's the guy who's written the book, The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels, which people should read. People should read just to see what not to do right in the book. And this, the Ayn Rand Institute, in a lot of our views, is Ayn Rand herself was probably an NKVD asset. Like, she came to the United States at a particular time. She sort of like played up a stereotype of what a capitalist might be, sort of cartoonish in its own way. So there's a lot of like a real history of Ayn Rand that's needed. And, she was in this sort of sex group with like, with Alan Greenspan of all people, right? She's like banging out Alan Greenspan. And then I suppose he banged us all out by having the Fed pursue the policies it pursued. So, yeah, so like, what can I say about this? I mean, I think
wasn't it Nathaniel Brandon that was the famous person? I didn't. I knew Alan Greenspan as part of her circle, but I guess that circle was pretty tight.
Yeah, so to speak. And so it's kind of like, why are all these parties? We were talking about this earlier, and so like, why do Silicon Valley have all these parties, right? Like, what is all that about? And the answer is, of course, like, it's about social control. It's about blackmail. It's about, like, that's what the real job is sharing information at those parties on each other. It's not really about the investing. The investing is kind of fake, right? We all kind of know that in our heart of hearts, right? So there's always these questions of like, what is this? What are these things really about? And you could think about, what does Peter do? Like, he goes to a lot of conferences, right? What takes place at those conferences? Sharing of information in person, right? Not over the phone, right? Not over technology, which can be intercepted, right? So that's kind of how I've come to think of him. And I think, he was trained by René Girard. René Girard was a French spy, as well as a writer. And so you can kind of think of it like, the Straussians, Leo Strauss is, of course, trained by the British. And they were very interested in identifying people who are really close readers of texts. That was sort of their purpose, was to identify and find those people and train them up to be intelligence officers. And they started with Yale in the United States when the MI6 was setting up the CIA. And Yale, they started looking at all the reading groups. And that sort of like half worked because James Jesus Angleton was a problem. But it mostly worked in the sort of skull and bone secret societies, that kind of like approach of taking those people and putting them into the service of the state. That's kind of what that was about. So, yeah, I think it's a rather interesting question about like how these intelligence services get going, how they get set up, who funds them, all that kind of thing. So, and of course, people forget, Thiel worked for Sullivan and Cromwell for a spell, as did Keith Rabois. And Sullivan and Cromwell, there's a book called The Law Unto Itself. And it's about basically the history of Sullivan and Cromwell and its connections with the CIA. So, the Dulles brothers, or one of the Dulleses, I think, worked at Sullivan and Cromwell. So the question, Thiel was there for like 7 months. What's going on there? What's that story about? And then there's all these questions about Thiel's family, his family's connections are very interesting. Like, his father was a mining engineer who worked on a lot of projects tied in with the Chinese in the South Pacific, right? So that's kind of fascinating. And then his
Charles.
Yeah.
That S&C comment. Really sorry to interrupt. That's very interesting.
What is
he
it?
Only was there for 7 months.
Yeah.
That's really unusual to go to Stanford, go to a firm like that. This is like a top 5 firm. uh, you have to basically killed someone to leave within 2 years, um, unless there's a good reason for it. And I don't mean like, I don't mean I think he was a shitty lawyer. I mean I know he wasn't.
Well, people
So what
change their
happened?
view. People change their views. You know, the way he tells the story is that like he wanted to do other interesting things with his life.
Oh, that's not what happened. Oh, come on.
You
You
know,
know
like
where he went to after that, right? He went to Credit Suisse, and worked for them in Switzerland or Germany, and he
Credit
did
Suisse. Yeah,
derivatives. Yeah, Credit Suisse, and he
yeah.
did derivatives, which is the same thing Simeon Mogilevich did around the exact same damn time. While
Yeah,
he was
that's a
here in
pretty
New York.
interesting change.
Yeah,
Maybe he just
it
didn't
is.
like law practice, but most normal people would go to S&C and do it for a couple of years and then go to a place like Credit Suisse as a
Well,
lawyer.
interestingly, you know, Keith Raboy worked there for a time as well.
Yeah, after Harvard Law, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what I think about that. I just find that weird and interesting. You know.
I think that's the totally right. Like, I think your intuition is totally correct on that.
Yeah, I mean, I was told, and I think there's some truth to that. I mean, so remember, Peter's family on his mother's side, I think they're tied in Austria, and on his father's side, they're Prussian Germans. And his uncle was born in Königsberg, which is now Kaliningrad, and his uncle died in this like random town in Tennessee, which is like pretty weird.
Was he the SSS guy?
We don't really know about his uncle. We don't really know about a lot of stuff with his family. I believe that basically Peter's father and Peter's uncle were tied in with German intelligence, and that German intelligence itself, you know, had a lot of back channels to East German intelligence, which itself had a lot of through lines to the Russians. And of course, Peter was very close to Christian Angermeyer. I've talked about Angermeyer. You know, Angermeyer's connections with the LSD world, the Bitcoin world, all of that. So that's kind of my sort of frame on it.
Could any of these people through Till's family's past cross paths with Bill Barr's father, Donald Barr, in the OSS, or even Robert Maxwell, for that matter?
Well, in the papers that I had on Donald Barr, some of which I put online, I don't know if people have that, the stuff about Donald Barr.
You sent
But
it to me. I read it.
Did I send that to you?
You did, and I read it.
Yeah. So, I mean, that stuff is really about Donald Barr had all these connections with the Italian mob, which is why he was in OSS.
And that's where Bill Barr went a lot too, while he was.
Yeah, I mean, Bill Barr is Opus Dei.
Yes.
And the Opus Dei people have a lot of connections with the Italian and Chinese mob as well.
Is Peter Thiel
the Italian
Opus
mob
Dei?
was weaponized against Mussolini before and during the war.
That's right. Yeah, very much so.
Say that again?
The Italian mob was weaponized against Mussolini's regime before and during the Second World War.
Yeah, exactly right. Because remember, intelligence agencies often befriend, organized crime in other countries. Right? That's a sort of useful relationship because they both have an interest in overthrowing the existing order.
Well, we sent Bugsy Siegel over there to deal with Mussolini, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, look, there were a lot of mobsters that went over to Italy and who had relationships. There was a sort of deal cut with the Italian mob, and that deal was very much brokered by a lot of Jewish Americans who had relationships with the Italian mob. Certainly, what's his face was heavily involved. Meyer Lansky was heavily involved in that whole operation. So, go ahead, Ben.
Hey, yeah, I was just sort of taking a step back and thinking kind of more broadly about some of the behavior we've seen over the last, I don't know, say 72 hours. I basically spent all day reading, writing, and talking about SVB and some of this behavior. I was on another chat where we really went into some of these loan agreements and what these debt covenants looked like, which is how this mess really got started. Because there wouldn't have been an industry concentrated run if not for SVB requiring all of their debtors to bank exclusively with them. which no one
Yeah.
will really talk about.
So
But-
full stop. Ask yourself that question. Why would a VC require a portfolio company to bank there?
Yeah, I mean, there's no good answer to that question, right? I mean, I can't come up with one answer. I can only come up with 100 bad answers. It's totally contrary to how you would want money to be custodied. Not only your own money, but your portfolio company's money. You would want them to, first of all, you would want them to put their cash as far away from other financial institutions as possible, unless it was clearly as a kickback to that financial institution. Second, you would want to make sure.
Hold up. Stop there. Think just ruminate on that statement you just made about a kickback.
I mean, I think it
it's
was a
exactly
kickback. I think the entire structure of that was a kickback, right?
Of course.
No individual would get a credit card or mortgage that says, as a term of it, okay, you're getting a Chase Sapphire card. You can only ever put your cash at a Chase checking or savings account, right? That would be crazy. That would be like, who the fuck do you think you are to tell me where to put my money?
Yeah, and then so they take advantage of all these Americans
It's
who want to
disgusting.
start new companies
and basically
and they
give them kickbacks.
Yeah, well, it's more than the
Otherwise,
kickback.
you can't operate.
Follow it through, right? So if I am a Chinese compromised fund and I give you like $3 billion, okay, and Richard's got the Bank of Richard, and I say, hey, I'm only going to give you this money if you put it in the Bank of Richard. And you're not sophisticated. You'll just sign because it's like your dream, right? Of starting.
And frankly, is it negotiable anyway? Even if you were sophisticated, these are like adhesive contracts, meaning like take it or leave it. It's like clicking the terms of service on a website. Yep. You don't negotiate these loan agreements. Not these kind of terms.
Yep. No. So follow it through, right? Like, let's go even harder on this, right? So then Richard has $3 billion, right? And he's a bank. So what does he do with that money? Well, he can loan against that money to Tom or Dana or whoever.
And do the whole thing again. Yeah.
So I think that this is what was really going on. And then you look at the history of the company, and it started very Japanese during the 1980s, 1990s. And then it became very Chinese after the 07-08 financial crisis.
So all of this was going on at the same time Madoff and a lot of other Ponzi schemes in the country.
It was literally a Ponzi scheme.
Yes.
The question is,
lots of them going on,
would they
obviously.
even have been able to lend out this money if not for getting the deposits that came from these prior loan agreements? I think no.
I just keep thinking about 9/11 and like, how bad were we fucked by these people?
Pretty bad.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I think there's something way weirder going on, though. I think what's really going on is, I think the U.S. government saw an opportunity to take out Silicon Valley Bank.
Agreed.
And used Thiel as the vehicle for doing it.
I think Biden's been paying attention to this for the long game back when he was VP. I swear I do. I think that this has been a long game ever since the not Mueller report, but the Mueller transnational acts crime bill, when they were working, because this has had to help. You couldn't have done this just in the United States. We had to have other countries that we communicated backdoor to fix this and to plan it ahead, because this could not have been just something we fixed here. It had to be where we fixed it and helped other countries to come up with us. There's no doubt in my mind. Would you agree?
I agree.
Biden's been Batman, Superman this whole freaking time. He needs a Superman shirt, seriously.
Well, I do wonder about, you just kind of look at this bank, right? And you just kind of like look at the creditors of it. And there's so much money in these accounts, right? That one has to ask the question of, was the money really there? Right? That to me is the big question right now.
Well, Madoff never made one transaction, so it wouldn't be surprising, right?
Right. So this is what I was thinking about earlier with a friend of mine. It's like, so we're looking at the depositors list, right? And supposedly all the money that's in the accounts. But we only know that the money's in the account because Silicon Valley Bank says the money's in the account. Is the money actually in the account? You know? Like, I don't know. I guess we'll find out, right?
Or
Charles,
is
I
it
think
in offshore accounts in the Panama Papers and all the other places, Pandora, all
Well,
those
I
places?
mean, if you just look at the history of Silicon Valley Bank, right? You just go to your newspapers.com, pull it open, and type in Silicon Valley Bank and Andorra. You'll see, like, back in the mid 90s, one of the bank officers there stole a whole bunch of money and started moving the money to Andorra, which is really fucking weird, right? Like, just think about that. Like, the kind of bank where that would happen. So I don't know. I mean, I personally find a lot of the stories about this bank, they don't make a lot of sense to me personally.
But they
and I
did buy
personally
up a lot of real estate, and they've bought up a lot of farming and a lot of our meat and a lot
Yes,
of
they
other
bought up a lot of
industries.
farming, a lot of real estate. They bought up a lot of vineyards. They bought up. So again, what did they do with the money? Right? They bought a bunch of land, which
Are
again is a
those
very
considered the
Chinese thing.
assets, though, that is in the 200 that's not part of the 100 that's missing? Or is
Yeah,
that
I don't
extra?
know. I mean, I'm just looking at the depositors list that they put out. Right?
Gotcha.
I don't even know that number is legit. I just know that, like, you can read the 46 pages and go through them all and search them all as I did, try to figure
Okay.
out who they all are. And I've done that now, mostly gone through it, and we don't know if that number is up to date. We don't know how much of the money that's in there is actually in there. We don't know how much of the money was withdrawn. We don't know a lot of questions. We have, like, a lot of questions here about
Charles,
Silicon Valley Bank.
take a look at what I just put on the billboard.
Up top?
Yeah, this is a level of bizarre.
I don't see it. What did you put up there?
Oh, it's Jason Calacanis. He's been basically like meth tweeting all day, along with David Sachs and geez, the third guy's name escapes me because it's almost Friday morning here. They are really dramatizing in a way that seems like it's either just like obvious misconduct of some kind, or it's not tied to what's actually happened, right? Like him typing in all caps all day long, David Sachs doing the same thing. What are they actually doing here? Like,
well, I mean, as I've written before, I mean, they're mobbed up, right?
yeah, this looks like very crass criminality. The kind of behavior.
Yeah, I mean, what I said for a long time now, and we'll say it again. Somebody else, I think, had this joke first because whenever you think you're really funny, I always find that, like, on Twitter, if you go and you search the joke that you made, somebody else made it like 6 years ago. And,
Yeah,
like,
it's when I realize we're all like more similar than we're not.
yeah, and so I made this joke that my favorite true crime podcast was the All In podcast, and that was, like, kind of very facetious and mean and bitchy, but, like, I think it might have been prophetic, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think seeing the way Jason and David Sachs have behaved today on Twitter, this is like, I mean, look what they're saying. They're saying in all caps, the president and this Treasury Secretary must get on TV and guarantee all deposits up to $10 million, or this will spiral into chaos. This sounds like, I don't know whether it sounds like somebody, saying this is a stick up at a bank, or whether it sounds like somebody who just looked at all of their money and realized it's all gone away if they don't do whatever they think they possibly can to save it, or whether it's somebody who's really bad at acting and doesn't care that some of us can tell because it's not about us. It's about everyone who's going along with it, right? Or there was this woman with only a couple thousand followers saying she's a mom in Ohio, and oh, poor me, I'm a mom of 4 in Ohio. I have my little tiny startup, and I'm going to be so affected. This is what SVB is really about. And it got retweeted out the wazoo. Turns out both she and her husband are former McKinseyites who went to Duke for their MBAs. And she said, my husband works in manufacturing. That's all she said. Turns out he's a senior director who makes like 400 grand a year. Okay. What has gone on today and yesterday on Twitter is the biggest load of shit ever. Ever. I am blown away by the naked criminality and false bullshit I have seen. It's amazing.
Yeah, but are you though? I mean, you and I have met these people, right?
Yeah,
Let's be
yes,
real.
I'm not, right? I never thought they'd be this blunt. Or Sam Altman yesterday tweeting, investors, if you want to help portfolio companies, just give money, no docs, no terms, no questions asked. He actually said that shit in writing on Twitter. It's like they lost all shame completely. I've never seen it be this blunt. What is going on?
Somebody better get him away from a window because he's going to jump out of it.
Like, I don't know whether this is just they're going balls to the wall. Let's be as corrupt as possible and get away with it. Let's basically scare the government into doing this and making us whole for no reason. It's not even about the deposits at this point, unless of course some of these assets aren't really there, right? Because if it was just about deposits, even uninsured deposits, they'd be getting most of it back eventually, even if it's 80 cents to the dollar or 90 cents to the dollar or even 75 cents to the dollar. That would not justify these kinds of tweets by Jason and David Sachs and Sam Altman. Either there's a much bigger loss that they suspect will happen because they know things, or they are greedier than we thought. Because you don't do this over 80% on the dollar or 90% on the dollar. You do this over something else, or you do it because you have no shame.
Or you do it because you realize that a lot of the money that you've got in these accounts is Chinese or politically problematic. And you realize that there are lots of Americans that have money in China that can't get it out. And so you realize that you're going to be scapegoated. It's a prisoner exchange, basically, which is, I think, what's really going on here.
Well, here's a question. Assuming that, it doesn't sound like there's any other institution that's going to take it over, but assuming that eventually depositors all get most of their money back, that says nothing about the investors in the bank itself, right? Who assumedly are going to lose everything, or the equity holders who assumedly are going to lose everything. Presumably, those are the ones who are predominantly or largely non-U.S. compared to the depositors, right? Which are largely these U.S. companies. It sounds almost like, or it feels almost to me like Jason and David and Sam are doing this kind of like minstrel dance this weekend for the benefit of people who just objectively have no right to be made whole. It's not about the depositors at all. They're just using them.
No,
I mean, maybe is this what you meant by prisoner exchange?
Are also Chinese, though, right?
Well, I mean, I'd be curious. Maybe they are, but I guess I'm saying, like, when you say prisoner exchange, what do you mean by that exactly? Because to me, it seems like just pointless to do this unless you're just trying to help equity holders.
No. Because the way to think about this, just from a logical standpoint, right, is Silicon Valley Bank is very Chinese. There's a lot of Chinese money in there, a lot of Chinese relationships that exist there. And so if you're the United States and you've got a lot of people, Americans, who are being fucked over by the Chinese, if you're the United States and that's happening for you, right, then really you should be sort of thinking about this as like the U.S. has been fucked in different ways. And so here's an opportunity to fuck the Chinese back, right? That would be sort of how I would think about it if I were gaming it out.
Okay, I mean, I'm not totally sure. I
So
accept
think
it,
of
but I
it. Think
don't.
of it like. Think of it like.
It sounds just
you-
like simply, but like it sounds like too simple to be it. But maybe that's it, and that's
I
totally
actually
possible.
agree
it's-
with Benjamin on this. Just again, seeing this like we're watching theater or something, like just looking at it objectively, it's so hysterical that
Exactly.
it's almost like you can't really buy it. I find that with the Sachs in general. I actually read a few of his articles on like foreign policy. There does seem to be just this fundamental kind of fakery going on. Like I don't think he believes.
But he's
all
a
of
big
this
donor
stuff.
to the American Conservative.
Yeah, exactly. He writes. He's written all these pro-Russia articles for the American Conservative. No doubt. I mean, why would they? It's curious that he would go after them after being a Hillary donor. But anyway, yeah. I mean, I can kind of see this like hysterical, like your little regional bank is going to go under on Monday morning. Just you watch, unless Yellen throws $1 trillion at this or something. It's just
So
a
I
little.
talked earlier today with a friend of mine who owns Wood Forest Bank, which is like one of the larger banks, and he's just sort of like watching all this shit, and he's like, what are all these people up like yammering about? Like, I own a bank, like none of us are in trouble. Like, what the fuck? So it's interesting, like talking to people who are like regional bank presidents, like the Independent Banking Community the Independent Bankers Association. I used to like go to those guys' meetings down in Corpus Christi and elsewhere, and like they're basically like they all run like there's like a whole bunch of these like 10, 15, 20 billion dollar banks out there in the country just doing their thing, and like they tend to be pretty well diversified. They tend to not just focus on like tech or real estate or whatever.
But when they do fail, nobody talks about it.
Yeah, and they rarely fail, to be honest. They just don't. That's not really a problem that they have. Because they're well run. Because a lot of things in Middle America are actually better run than things in Silicon Valley, which we're sort of not allowed to talk about, but like everybody kind of knows that in their heart of hearts.
I mean, you look at some of the supposed victims of what's happened over the last few days, and most of these people shouldn't even be victims. Aren't these supposed to be like the brightest people in the country, and they didn't even have like basic cash management to prevent them from being exposed to something of this magnitude? Like, this doesn't. This like it's. I think maybe also part of this is this exposes the stupidity of a lot of these people, and if they can somehow manage to get away with this, they can not have to lose their companies that make them seem like elite and interesting. Like, oh, like I worked at McKinsey. Now I live in one of the nicest neighborhoods in Ohio, and my McKinsey husband, and da 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 da, and I own my bullshit startup that doesn't do anything, right? But you couldn't manage your fucking cash properly. That means you're fucking stupid, bitch. Like your Duke MBA did nothing for you. If you don't get saved in the next few days, now you have to just come to terms with the fact that all of your education means nothing because you couldn't manage fucking cash because you're stupid.
Joe Biden will achieve legend status if he takes out all of these like Harvard, Stanford fuckwads.
I think that's what they're really worried about. I feel like that's what this weekend is about. It's a lot of these Ivy people doing this shameless minstrel dance to try to convince the rest of us that they need to be saved, and they don't need to be saved at all.
Yeah, I agree with you. And in fact, many of them need to go to jail. Like, if we're honest about it, like I don't think they will, but I think they should. I mean, just think about like all these loans that the bank was giving out for like real estate, all these personal loans that they were giving out. Like, what will we really discover when we really like bust open the bank? Right? Like, what is this idea that like the bank is like somehow totally solvent? I don't think that's true.
I mean, I feel like that's why they're trying to save it at any cost. I mean, imagine if it were to be acquired by another bank. I think that would be the true disaster, because suddenly some of these people would have to talk about what these arrangements were. Maybe money they didn't expect to have to repay would have to be repaid.
Totally.
If you have a new banking relationship, at some point, some of these let's say you have some interesting personal loan or some like ridiculously low rate mortgage through SVB. Okay, as a founder at a company that's custodying their money with SVB, and now it gets let's say it were to get taken over by JP Morgan, which I don't think it sounds like that's not going to happen, but who knows what Monday and Tuesday will bring. JP Morgan would be looking at the books and they'd say, a 0.5% mortgage? How'd that happen? Is this what's happening across the board?
Because like a lot of these, no, but this is just the point, right? Like these are fronts; these are not businesses, right? And like we need to just be like honest about that, right? These are not, and like we've kind of seen this like rigmarole enough times with like SBF and Ubiome and Joe Lonsdale, and like we've just seen this like multiple times now. So the question then becomes like, what is really going on with a lot of these companies? And the answer
is fraud.
Is it's fraud, and it's affinity fraud.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
And the affinity here is the Stanford network, or the Harvard network, or the MIT network, and
like look at the one person they could find to be there, like down with they're with the people, small businesswoman, a fucking double Duke, double McKinsey couple in Bexley, Ohio. Really?
Will you look up and see how much PPP loan they got from the SVB? Because those were the people passing out the money. And Joe Biden just released $1.6 billion is going to go into looking for that PPP money.
Yeah,
I mean, look, come and get it.
They were the 6th largest originator of PPP loans in the country.
Yeah, and Joe Biden, with him releasing that this week, stating he's coming for that damn money. So this kind of coincides together, does it not?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
I don't disagree with you, and I think that the timing on this is pretty key.
Yeah, it's obvious to me because it's trillions of dollars, and it needs to be given back. Make them bleed. If that means we get our farmland back and our own food, I'm all for it.
Yeah, and I think what's going to happen is we're seeing the abstract into the real, right?
Are you going to go buy the farmland?
I mean, somebody could.
Well, that's where I'd like to get you and my husband on the phone talking, because yeah, that kind of stuff is going to be cool if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the U.S. I mean, I don't want to necessarily talk about it on Elmo's products, Elmo's phone, but there's a lot of opportunities now coming about because, like, yeah, all the Silicon Valley people don't have any money anymore. So, like, suddenly a lot of places got a lot cheaper.
Charles, you're going to love this. So the arrangement that required all of the people who were getting loans from SVB to do all of their banking exclusively with SVB going forward, including like unrelated to like these credit facilities, in these loan agreements. So that's clearly what you'd call restrictive, right? Like you cannot bank elsewhere. That's restrictive, right?
Yeah. By the way, I think you have a right as a founder now to sue the venture funds if they force you to have this arrangement.
Totally.
You absolutely have every right to sue them now, to turn around and sue them.
What's amazing is where they placed it in these loan agreements. Instead of placing it in Section 7, which is for negative covenants, aka restrictive covenants, which this obviously was, they placed it in the affirmative covenant section in Section 6. And then they just worded it as shall. You shall do all of your banking with us, right? When really it should have been a restrictive covenant. You shall not bank elsewhere. But they didn't want to be that blunt about it, so they just said you shall do all of your banking with us and shoved it into Section 6. This is like the most this is like the most craven kind of legalese you'll read, because it's clearly harmful to the economy and to the debtor, right? The company. But they just shove it into the list of things that they call affirmative/positive to, elide the fact that they are restricting people from freely banking, right? This is a banking non-compete for a banking client. None of this should be legal.
No, it's not legal. I mean, just to be blunt about it, it is illegal.
I mean, it actually might be. You could never do this for consumer credit.
No. I mean, it is illegal. Yeah. I mean, just to be blunt about it, it's an illegal contract.
Maybe,
was
yeah.
looking
I
at
mean,
one of
maybe
the-
that's
Yeah.
maybe that's the issue. This doesn't, like, all day I've been saying you could never do this in consumer banking, in retail banking, right? Because there'd be laws against that, right?
Well, there are.
And they probably extend to all banking. You can't tell a client they can't bank with anyone else. That's literally a mob tactic, right? You only talk to us from now on. Who says that? And they were all doing it.
Whenever I read a contract, I always do it in two accents. I do it in a German accent. So I'm always like, "We will make you sign this," and then if it sounds really bad in the German accent, I don't sign it. Or I read it in like an Italian, like, "You guys, you got to do this, you got to do this." So I always like translate whatever contracts I'm signing into like mob or Nazi, and I always do that, and people always find it like really ridiculous and stupid.
Brilliant, actually, though.
But
Brilliant.
but
But it
always
does make you
gets
think
me.
about the moral landscape of the contract.
Yeah. And people always and I always have to read the contract. I will actually like do the voices. And I've had like business associates of mine be like, "Are you fucking crazy? Like, what is wrong with you?" And I explain it to them, like, if it's something that like I can feel comfortable signing, in like a mob voice or whatever, then I'll sign it, like, but otherwise I'm not gonna go for that.
Charles, you'll love this. I had a guy, he reached out to me. I don't have a law license, but he knows I'm good enough at this, and he wanted me to look over a bunch of contracts for a business venture he was doing with a guy who happened to be Israeli. Whatever. He felt uncomfortable about it. Told me some things. I said, "Yeah, I want. I'd be happy to take a look at it." So he paid me to look at it, and this contract had things in it saying provisions such as that this business partner could take out a life insurance policy on him, right? Can you imagine the cravenness of this person to have just inserted into this contract, which was like a
When
week.
you realize rather quickly that like a lot of these people, like their family members were in the mob, like, and you're not being
It's
you're not being
literally
like
mob
offensive,
behavior.
like, yeah, like when you read about David Sachs's family, like the family he married into, like I wrote about that. You can pull it up. Or Jason Calacanis's father being raided by the feds. Okay, like how many of us have had our family members raided by the feds? Like not many of us, right? Like, and I'm not like of the view that like the sins of the father should be visited upon the son, right? Like, I
But
think
your
this is
point is, you
America.
sometimes have to go out of your way. More often than not, if you're getting raided, like you've done enough. Yeah, could there be politicized, law enforcement activity against you? Sure, but the point is, like,
No, and then
eventually people can come to
if
some
you listen
conclusions.
to shit that Jason said early in his career, he talks about this often, this happening often, that the government would come in and like, come after his father's business. So then you sort of sit there and you think to yourself like, what is going on here? Right? Like, what are the basic bitch questions that I'm not like thinking through here? And like, he's a scout for Sequoia, right? And like, what is the history of Sequoia? Like, what's really going on with Sequoia? So when you just sit there and you sort of chin stroke on these things, right? You're sort of like, this is fucking weird, right? Like, what is the real story here?
Yeah, I mean, and that kind of goes to the question of illegal legal arrangements, right? I really hate to keep harping on this, but it so struck me as obviously wrong. Like, you could never, like, if there had ever been litigation over one of these, either somebody would have pointed this out and a judge would have out as contrary to public policy.
Well, remember, a lot of us tried to sue Silicon Valley over the years, right? And what would happen, we'd try to sue one of these tech companies, and it would always go to a Silicon Valley judge, right?
Right.
And the Silicon Valley judge would always fine for the tech companies.
They'll just evade and they'll just come up with some like nonsense.
So
or
yeah,
they just won't
always
address
figure
like
out
an
a way.
issue like this.
Yeah. And that's sort of like, that's the mob controlling the banks, right? I mean, like, if you understand that the PayPal mafia like wasn't a cute saying, like it wasn't like, it was actually being descriptive that they are in fact a mafia, right? Then you kind of understand how these things like really work in practice.
Right. I mean, I used to have people say to me like, I actually had a doctor say to me once, be careful around these people. We're talking about certain Harvard administrators. Say to me, be careful around these people. They're the mob, you know. And this is a guy who's lived 5 minutes from Harvard, literally by walking about 5 minutes, in Cambridge, his entire fucking life. Went to med school in Boston. I'm sure probably half of his clients are Boston people. And he looks me dead in the eye and says to me, be careful around these people. They're the mob. And that's probably because some of his other clients have told him things sitting in that chair, right? And that's just kind of it. Just kind of in that moment, I realized, oh, he's not like just this cute old man saying this. He's like, no, be careful. They're the mob. Be careful.
He's probably had to work for them before.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you understand that, like, a lot of the meritocracy stuff of the 1960s, 1970s was really a cover for the mob to bring people into a lot of these elite schools, then you kind of understand it. Like, David Sachs is constantly harping on and on about the meritocracy.
Which is like the biggest load of crap coming from him of all people.
Yeah,
right?
so my theory is that most people in elite circles, you need to listen to what they're saying.
And it's the opposite.
And then assume the opposite of everything they're saying, and then reason back and forth between those statements, sort of ping between them like a ping pong ball or a whatever. And that's sort of how you can figure out what's really going on. And so that's a lot of what I do when I listen to Silicon Valley people speak. There's all this opposite stuff going on there, you know?
I mean, I'll never forget like my second day or third day of civil procedure, that first year at Harvard Law. The professor, I'm not going to say his name, but I would tell you if you asked you one-on-one, says to the class, you know, there's a camera in the back of the room, which there was, you know, and it's recording all the time. So just be aware of that. And then the next day, at the beginning of class, he says, I'm sorry, what I was saying last class about there's a camera that's always on. It's not on except when students have a specific reason to need the class recorded, and you'll always be told in advance. And I look at him. I was sitting in the front row, and I did this, what I did, because, I'll explain in a second, because I knew nobody else could see me based on where I was positioned. Maybe a few students could, but 98% of the class couldn't see the expression on my face because I was seated right up front, right in front of them. And I just raised my eyebrows several times just to say, like, dude, liar. This is not the truth. What you said the first time and then corrected, you meant. And that's just how the whole place operates. It is amazing. It is like the Stepford Wives meets Get Out meets the Twilight Zone. It's like profoundly disturbing what's really going on with some of these people. It's at least as bad as you say it is, but it's probably worse.
When I read the Founders, that Jimmy Soni book about like the history of PayPal, and I read that book, and I read it once, and I remember thinking like, it's a very interesting book. I need to go back and reread it with like Talmudic attention to detail, right? And there's all this like weird stuff in there. Like, for instance, there's like a scene in which one of the people goes and talks to Musk, and they bust into Musk's bedroom, and there's like a mattress there, and there is like a bunch of biographies of famous entrepreneurs, right? So he's like studying how to be a sort of like construct, how to be a sort of like poster child, right? And what I find interesting with a lot of these people is they have a family history of acting or of espionage, or sort of like they were child stars or models in some form in their youth. And I think that's true of Musk for sure. Like if you look at his like sister Tosca, you know, his brother Kimball.
I mean, you can kind of tell by how their mother acts even in her, you know, old age, right? Very like.
And she's on the cover of Vogue. Right?
Exactly.
She's like the oldest woman in Vogue.
Or when he took her to like some big gala recently, and the way they were posing, it was like, haha, but at the same time, it was like, no, this is what we do. This is how we actually are.
The tell for me of them not being serious is like Thomas Alva Edison never went on the Saturday Night Live equivalent of his day, right? Like that was not a thing that happened. And so even like the name Tesla, right? I mean, there's just like a lot of fakery here.
Right, like Tesla, it's like invoking the name of like a true scientist, right? And like he's not a scientist at all, right? It's like
Well,
it's
so
so
then
on
the
the
question is
nose
like the
intentionally.
language itself, right? The language itself as founders, right? They talk a lot about founders. Well, like we have founding fathers in this country. So there's this sort of suggestion that these founders might be creating new republics, right? Or new governments, right? Or new systems of living here. So maybe the founders, right, are actually replacements of our own founders. And if you think about what are they doing, right? Well, they're building this kind of oligarchic wealth backed by a foreign power, in the case of China, and they're sort of warping the way we live, right?
Which is kind of like what founding fathers did, right?
Yeah, it's a kind of revolution, right?
Right.
So like if you look at your own life, right, and you look at like, there's all
It's
these
we're in
properties.
control now. That's what it means.
Well, hold on. Let me put it a little differently. So like, if you look at like Airbnb, right? Airbnb, like, there's all this housing stock that's restricted in all these areas, right? Because there's all these Airbnbs, right? And if they were forced to like not have short-term rentals and not be like gypsy hoteliers, right? There'd be a lot more housing available on the market, which would depress rents, right? But like, you're not allowed to have that conversation, right?
That makes so much sense, Charles. Oh my God.
So I've tweeted about this that people want to put it up, like Airbnb. Like if you just look at a map of Los Angeles, right, and you look at all the Airbnb rentals, right, that are available, and during the pandemic, we saw when when the pandemic happened, there were all these people that converted Airbnbs to long-term leases, and lots of people's rents went way down in a lot of these desirable places to live. So that's sort of thing one. Then you think about like Uber and Lyft, right? Like Uber and Lyft they're kind of like a tax on public transportation, right? They sort of built this kind of culture of
Kind of.
well, definitely, and you sort of study this more closely, and you're like they're sort of making us accustomed to having private drivers.
It was a hostile takeover of taxis and public transportation in New York City that then ended up being more expensive than it. Everybody knows today that cabs should have just been kept cabs in New York City. Uber was a complete bait and switch.
Yeah, so this is what you see time and time again is all these things are offered to us at a cheaper price, subsidized by venture dollars, usually by foreign governments. And so then you think like, all right, Uber and Lyft, like a lot of their money comes from the Saudis and the Emiratis, who are big oil producing states. So obviously they want a whole bunch of people driving around in cars having wasted trips all day, every day. Right?
And who's
There's
buying
a
their
lot
oil?
of
Us. So it's like
Iranians.
we've basically financed the people who turn around and finance the dislodging of
Yes.
systems that are supposed to serve Americans.
Yeah, so we become sort of like experimented upon. And where it gets even more interesting, so like I've talked a bit about 23andMe and how Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein were first investors there. And you look at like 23andMe, and they're allowed to lose $90 million a quarter, which is like kind of crazy to think about. And you look at like who is their money, that a lot of their money is Chinese, right? So there's a lot of these things like this where you're like, this is the genetic data of Americans that is basically not being safeguarded by the United States.
But look at Twitter prior to Elon Musk, right? And even Elon Musk, right? First generation South African American. Let's be blunt about that. And I say that as a first generation American myself, right? But he's certainly not an American with your background. But in any event, look at Twitter. How is Twitter staying alive without turning a profit ever?
Yeah.
Like, who was infusing it with cash to keep it going? Because like these numbers probably just never tied out, but they can completely get away with it. Where's this money coming from, really?
Yeah, it's a good question. Hey, Mason, do you want to talk about? Oh, I see Mason drop back down. I was going to invite Mason up to speak about some of the stuff he was doing on the bank. because I think it's worth
He
looking
looks
at and
like still
talking
the
about.
speaker to me.
Oh, is he still a speaker? Mason, are you still a speaker? Speak, if you are. No, I think he's dropped down.
Oh,
Dana.
okay.
Anyway, he's welcome to come back up. But yeah, look, I mean, I think there's a lot of these questions that we should be asking rightly about these topics. You know. Yeah, Mason, tell people what you just found because I think it's an interesting discussion point.
Well, it doesn't have all the data about how much they're holding in bonds and stuff, but it's kind of a readout of local banks and their classification status, whether they're a national member, part of the Fed, regulated. Different classifications here. Like ones that stick out to me are like East West Bank, which seems extremely Chinese.
Yeah, it's very Chinese. I used to bank there at one point. By the way, Elad Gil is heavily connected with that bank. So Elad Gil is one of the people who is an Israeli guy who put a bunch of money into Anduril, and he's married to a Chinese woman.
And then First Republic Bank, of course. I mean, that's why Jason is freaking out, it seems like, probably. And then they have a nice finance university in Russia graduate as their chief accounting officer as of last year. I think that's about all I added, unless there's something further you wanted.
No, I mean, I think that's all to the good. What's your sense, Mason, like looking at it? What's your read?
Yeah, I would say a tremendous amount of money is just going to vanish in the Bay Area.
Hey Mason, there's some interference. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe your headphones, if you're using them, it's a little hard to hear you.
Yeah, just see if you can fix that. But yeah, I think the other one I wanted to point out is SVB has an Israeli branch managed by David Cohen and Gadi Moshe and serves an estimated 500 Israeli startups, including giants such as eToro, Redis, Verbit, Fireblocks, and Capitolis. According to reports, companies that tried to take their money out of SVB were refused. Now, the karma portion of our report. According to Biz Portal, several Israeli high-tech companies that wanted to protect the Israeli government's judicial reform legislation, protest the Israeli government's judicial reform legislation, took their money out of Israeli banks this past month and moved it to SVB. Whoops.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awful.
That's when you know you done fucked up. So anyway, so that's kind of interesting. And yeah, I mean, it's a good question. So
that's so bad.
Yeah, and I know Carrie pointed this out earlier that Bill Ackman's wife, Neri Oxman, was funneling Jeffrey Epstein money through MIT Media Lab.
Oh, and that's where Joy Ito. Okay. I love that you brought up MIT Media Lab. So this guy Joy Ito was one of the big people who at MIT, part of the MIT Media Lab, who was excusing Epstein. And you know who turned around and people rose up and said, Joy Ito, like, stop defending this garbage? Larry Lessig, Harvard law professor, Mr. Liberal. You know, he claims to be a leftist. He was the one who was close to Aaron Swartz, who ended up committing suicide when he tried to make JSTOR more public, and the U.S. attorney in Massachusetts.
Yeah,
you know, basically
Carmen Ortiz, who wanted
exactly this horrible viper.
Yeah, she wanted to be governor, I think, of
and she was willing to basically bully this kid to death over trying to make JSTOR more open, and that's exactly what she did.
Which, by the way, later became a policy of the Biden administration, where if they took money for the federal government, they have to make a lot of their articles cheaper and more freely available.
Wow. And the person who cries over this is Larry Lessig. He is the defender of Joy Ito and MIT Media Lab in the context of Epstein. Unbelievable. Like, that's the level of corruption, right? You just mentioned MIT Media Lab, and I have another, like, completely separate story about corruption with that organization. Like
did you
this is how
read that?
intertwined this is. It's so awful.
Did you read that MIT like review of like the work of Reid Hoffman, right? And Reid Hoffman, of course, was connected with Joi Ito.
No, I didn't, but I'll look it up right now.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Like they did this whole report that was kind of a whitewash, but it's interesting because like how it whitewashed was fascinating. And then of course, as people know, Elon Musk gave a bunch of money to MIT back in the day, and that money was used to fund the time there of Lex Friedman, so he could have like an MIT credential. And then he was basically faking the self-driving question, which of course I've written about. So one way to think about a lot of these schools, MIT, Sam Bankman-Fried is a graduate, Stanford, Elizabeth Holmes, Sam Altman is not a graduate but was a part of it. There's sort of these like large schools that are kind of fronts in different ways, or they're kind of like ways in which it's okay to move money through these schools, right? So I think we're actually going to learn over the next few months that like a lot of these things are just totally fake all the way down, and that they're all kind of like some kind of weird Ponzi scheme, which, by the way, I think is long overdue. I think a lot of people were lied to about whether or not they could actually like go to Silicon Valley and strike it rich. Not unlike people who were lied to about like their opportunities in Hollywood, for instance,
Right,
or their
right.
opportunities
I mean,
working in
frankly,
Wall
I
Street.
don't think there was ever this. I mean, unless you were going to learn the game quickly and start playing it, getting rich in Silicon Valley was probably always closed off to people who were not already part of these schools and families and systems, right? Which is particularly sad because whereas the idea of making it big in politics or in media, on some level, was supposed to I mean, everybody sort of knew had to do a bit with, or a lot with money or looks or sex. When it comes to the sort of quote unquote startup ecosystem in this country, that was supposed to be the one thing, maybe even more than academia, right? Because there's this whole idea of universities are useless, go build something. But this is kind of exposing, in a way that maybe more normal people will be able to understand, because it's one of these events that lots of people are talking about, that even pursuing a startup or trying to get VC funding was just another one of these "it's our club, you ain't in it" things, which is really actually just objectively very disappointing. It's not the sort of thing that we can gloat about, really, because it's really sad to see.
Oh, I personally love it, because I actually
I mean, I love talking about the reality of these things.
I actually think that like, so like, I mean, I want a revolution, in how this is done, right? So like, I mean, as an investor in this space, like I've been told like I'm on a blacklist, right? It's not like
surely you are.
It's not like my opinion. And then I look at the companies I've invested in, and like they all do really well. They all get government contracts. They all like, I mean, a company that I invested in is like has the largest contract in the history of the National Reconnaissance Office, right? And two of my other companies like do a lot of stuff with the National Center for Missing Exploited Children, or with the Justice Department. So I don't really have patience for them where they like lie about these kind of things.
Yeah,
and
same. I guess I'm on board with you there. That to the extent that
here's the thing that pisses me off. Okay, what pisses me off?
There's a lot of waste. That's a big part of.
There's a
That's
lot of
a big
waste,
reason.
and I see a lot of young people who believe that their future is possible.
Lies with Sequoia or
Andreessen
Horowitz.
Yes, and Andreessen Horowitz, and I'm like, well, do you know who David Horowitz is? And they're like, no, I don't know who that is. And I was like, well, maybe you should think about like that's Ben Horowitz's father. Like, who is Ben Horowitz really? So I think there's this problem that happens where you have a bunch of these people where they don't understand the degree to which a lot of these kids are kind of fronts for different operations,
right?
And the ways in which they're discarded when that operation doesn't quite work.
Correct. And I was in this other Twitter space. This was a few months ago now. It was one of these like minority business minorities in startups, and about like the different, like they're underrepresented, blah blah blah, and women are underrepresented, yada yada yada. and I don't really totally care about that issue, but I was in it anyway, just sort of hearing and started talking. And at one point, there's this group of folks talking about this issue, and I said, "Have you even done any diligence on these funds that you think that you're being excluded from? Do you even want to be part of them? Do you really want to have obligations to and relationships with these people? Like, do you know what they're about, what their values are?" And most of them like couldn't really answer. And I said, like, before you decide you're underrepresented, figure out if this is even something that you want to be part of your life.
Yeah, figure out if you even want to be represented, right?
Seriously, not all underrepresentation is bad. In fact, a lot of it is good.
Yes, 100%.
A lot of
Agreed.
underrepresented means you're not involved in criminality and fraud.
Yeah. I always say this to people, like, there are lots of things that my own internal unwillingness to be a joiner has saved me from a lot of things in life.
100%. Sometimes the best thing that can happen is to be excluded. It just
100%.
doesn't feel good to be excluded.
And you
don't
can also
know.
build your alternative systems that are actually more powerful in a lot of ways over time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like I have a network of people now that like do deals with me that span like the entire American, British, and Australian networks. And that network is now like very useful, like when the AUKUS deal went into effect, right? So it's kind of like I was sort of discriminated against, but because I was discriminated against, it opened all these other doors because I realized that I had something to bond with all the other people who'd been excluded.
Right. Or like when I left this like, totally corrupt, front, the Miles Guo Getter thing. I thought I was a real director of trust and safety. Turns out, they're running around lying to the FBI. I catch them and they don't want to come clean. And I walked, right? And you know what? I sleep like a fucking baby. Right? Like,
well, my current view for a lot of people no, but I'll tell you, my current view of a lot of people who are in these Silicon Valley fronts that are like Chinese compromised, just steal the money. Just like take the money and steal it. Because you're actually helping the country by stealing the Silicon Valley money. That's kind of how I've come to look at it. But go ahead, Mason.
I just wondered, Andorra posted something a bit ago.
Hey man, you're there's a lot of staticky feedback. I can't really understand what the hell you're saying.
Okay, I just unplugged my headphones, so maybe.
There you go.
Yeah, so the thing you posted about Andorra is kind of interesting. Sunak and Macron had their first meeting in like 5 years or whatever between the heads of state. But Andorra is the co-prince is Macron right now, and then the Bishop of Urgell. I was just looking into what he maybe held, but that's kind of interesting that they were moving that much money there.
Yeah, it's super interesting, isn't it? It raises a lot of questions about what all that money was for. Like why was that happening? And then the feds, the 1990s situation, where again they got in some serious trouble, is again a very interesting question that no one seems to be asking. Maybe this is just the mob bank, right?
Yeah, very well could be.
I love this idea that people have too, that like somehow all these people are like innovators, and it's like, really, where are their innovations? Like, what is Circle's product? How does Circle have $3 billion? Like, who gave it to them? and like, you just ask these questions, like, $3 billion is a lot of money, right? But everyone's just kind of like, oh yeah, it's just like, it's a unicorn, man. It's like, okay, what does it sell? You know what I mean? Like, who's buying their product? What even is their product? And then you're like, oh, you just don't get it, man. It's crypto, man. And you're like, okay, but like, okay, and and then it's also like this thing that's hilarious to me too is they're like, the CEO of Silicon Valley Bank was a director at the San Francisco Fed. Like, hello, I mean, it's just so crazy. And then Silicon Valley Bank referred several people back in the day to the FBI for like criminal loans involving real estate. And what are they involved in again? Criminal loans involving real estate. Like, I don't know. Seems like a pattern to me. I don't know. And so you look at, what happens, right, when you have criminal loans in real estate? What happens, right? I don't know. It's a very interesting question. I'm going to bring up Smokey real quick because I see Smokey's waiting. So there are people who want to chat. I think we'll do this for like 30, 40 more minutes because I probably should go to bed at some point because I do have church in the morning. So I kind of want to do that at some point. But go ahead, Smokey.
Well, welcome, Charles. My name is also Charles, not just Smokey Bear. And
there you go. Charles Myers.
You caught my attention when you were referring to Nikola Tesla for what he really is, and that was largely a quack. But yeah, he did a little bit of engineering work for George Westinghouse and some other people. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff laid on him that he does not deserve. I happen to be a professional engineer in electrical engineering. Number one. Number two, I was invited to Oxford University back in 1989 for the whopping sum of $4,000, covering everything. And I went. So, yeah, I've got a bit of a perspective on this. And one of the things I'm going to say about Palo Alto, Santa Clara, San Jose, and Sunnyvale is that we're looking at a bunch of home loans in that area that have been set at 0% interest, probably for upwards of 20 years. That alone, and the damage that could possibly be involved in that over time, that's all going to come out over the next few weeks as we find out just what assets Silicon Valley Bank really has. Not to mention all the other venture capital things that they have done where there's really no assets. So I've kind of enjoyed the conversation. I just followed you, and I'm very glad I ran into you because this is probably about the most intelligent conversation I have heard this time of the morning, or frankly, any time of the day, by anybody.
Well, we do these spaces usually like 3 or 4 times a week, and we usually do them from like midnight until like 4 or 5 in the morning. And the reason I do them late at night is so first of all, we record them all because they get recorded anyway.
I love how he was so generous as to say that this was morning, not night.
Yeah. I mean, part of the reason we do it late at night is like, Kanye used to say like, I don't fuck with, N-words that aren't up at like 3 in the morning. And that's kind of my attitude about life is that like, if you're so fixated on these questions that you're up late at night, like talking about and thinking about these things. And then I also want to involve a more European audience as well, because I think that they kind of get short shrift from these conversations. And so when you kind of do them late at night, that's sort of early morning for them in a lot of cases. So you occasionally get some interesting European perspectives on the news that you don't otherwise get. But I really enjoy having people over here and doing these kind of things. And I'll tell you, like, I started doing them in large measure, and I started doing the Substack in large measure because people in the U.S. government asked me to write about these issues and talk about them, and sort of doing the background investigation into who these people are. And I think that has been very, very powerful at like demystifying a lot of these relationships. And I think we sort of have to do that. We don't really have a choice anymore.
I really appreciate that. I have a bit of a network myself. However, it's not with Australia or England. It's with Czechia, Switzerland, and France. Yeah. So you will find a neat little group of friends.
I see that you're a French speaker too. And yeah, I grew up speaking French. So I'm very much on the same camp, as all that. And I like France is one of my favorite countries, and I've been to Switzerland many times too, and went to a wedding in Czechia. So I do think in general too, I think a lot of our European friends, they're going to be a very important, like, I think basically they were in La La Land for many years, and they are being like, what's happened with the Ukraine war is like a whole lot of Europeans have been like, whoa, we can't just like, party with our mistresses and like eat a bunch of really good food and like basically like have our whole countries become like tourism destinations for Chinese and American tourists. Like we actually have to like have a mission and a vision of the world. So part of the reason I also do these spaces is to sort of engage them. And partly it's also just like a way of thinking these things through. I will say too, like people are curious about some of the things we've discussed here. I do mention a lot of it on the Substack. It's free, you could just search the topics in the search bar, and I do, reply to emails for people who are somewhat shy, and I do, obviously read all my DMs as well. But yeah, I think, look, in general, I think what's happening right now in Silicon Valley is Silicon Valley is basically being blown out. And I don't know what you think about this, Charles, as an electrical engineer, but I've been writing and thinking a lot about the sort of history of Silicon Valley and sort of William Shockley and Bretan and that whole world, and basically how it all kind of grew out of Bell Labs. And Bell Labs was, of course, as everybody knows, a government monopoly, effectively. And because of their huge profits that they had, they were effectively allowed to do all this research and development on technologies. And Shockley, moves basically back to California because his mother's ill, and he's in California, living the, the Dolce Vitae or whatever, doing stuff at Stanford. And he basically, along with a few other folks, kind of basically comes up with a science that makes the semiconductor chip possible. And then what they do is the various Asian nation states subsidize the production of these semiconductors in their countries. And then that leads to them, having semiconductors, us buying those semiconductors. So they get dollars, and then they then take those dollars and they redeploy the uses of those kind of machines in the United States. And I think when the CHIPS Act passed, I think that basically reset the whole conversation around this kind of like this kind of globalization or this kind of like trade. Because if we're in an environment where we just don't need them as much, that creates a whole new environment for what types of companies, technologies get funded and the like. So I think it's a very interesting question to see how it will sort of develop over time.
It sure is. I mean, Bell Labs, of course, they invented basically the transistor as we know it.
Yes.
However, the real people who, of course, you had Jack Kilby of Texas Instruments,
yes,
was the one who actually established the chip. Robert Noyce is the one who eliminated the flying wires and actually created our first logic circuits. How in the heck that got from there to where it is today? Well, there's something we could write a few books on, but
yeah, for sure. And then you think about you think about Shockley, right? So Shockley is this sort of WASP genius that has very controversial views on race and IQ and all the rest of it. And he's sort of pilloried and mocked, and born in the UK, right? Sort of this very interesting, influential family. And so you kind of look at a lot of these technological developments with Raytheon, with which of course comes out of Vannevar Bush, who of course is another double E guy, and you sort of look at like the foundations of the post-war period are all basically like WASP geniuses tinkering on building like better electrical circuits or electrical engineering projects. Then they get sort of manufactured in China, and that's sort of like what has happened, right? That's sort of where we are.
Yes, it is. I again, in where I'm looking at this in the future, obviously we cannot continue. Taiwan is actually the majority producer of our chips. A lot of people like to point to mainland China, and I'm like, not necessarily. It's Taiwan, but Taiwan right now is highly vulnerable, and they're taking advantage of us, amongst some other things. Yes, I'd like to see that move back to the United States. Unfortunately, when I look at the educational levels of many of the people around me, I don't know. It's a really tough question. I mean, how quickly can we move from the service economy, which started developing in the late 1980s, back to a manufacturing economy, which is how we really get out of this economic morass we're in. This country doesn't produce anything that the rest of the world really wants at this point in time. We've got to get back into that situation where we are.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen under this government. You know, I'm actually much more optimistic about it than I'd hitherto been. So yeah, I think we'll get there, Charles. You know, I'm not as pessimistic as I previously was. I mean, I look at like just in the course of there's clearly, if you look at like all the electrical engineering majors that are going into like satellite design now, right? Like that's a whole new industry that like didn't exist 5-10 years ago. You look at the use of those satellite technologies for like looking at finding resources or monitoring ceasefires, or basically cameras in space have a huge audience, right?
Yeah.
So that's sort of one frame. And then you look at the genetics revolution, you know, went from 2000 being a few $1 billion to do a full sequence, now under $10 or now under $100, and will soon be under $10. That's a huge revolution, right? That's sort of application of sequencing capability to the biological world is a whole universe, really. So I become a lot more optimistic over time. But I think it's actually the Silicon Valley people that are actually limiting a lot of our progress, because they're actually taking a lot of our very smart people and having them work on problems that don't really matter.
They are. They're working on basically twaddle and garbage right now, and it's time for them to be destroyed. That's how come it does not bother me that Silicon Valley Bank just went under. I'm sitting here looking at this saying, well, there's an opportunity. There's a big opportunity for this nation, or it can continue to do the same thing it has been doing and continue to decline. You know, I'd like to see it change just a bit.
Yeah, I will say the thing that always struck me as very weird about Silicon Valley is how few of the people were sons of the American Revolution there. I found that very weird.
I've got two of them. One's a Swiss ancestor, and the other was a Jaeger corpsman who came over and fought for about 3 months, and was fined by a royal governor for not fighting the enemy, and is subsequently seen fighting for the Continental Army and Navy. His name is Johann Meyer. You can see how I spelled it.
Yep.
And he anglicized his name to John Myers, Myers. Right after the war, obviously, he couldn't return to Europe. They would have killed him. And he also didn't want his family back home being traced. So there are a multitude of reasons. And he's buried in Missouri in a family cemetery we have to this day. He survived until 1823. He was killed by Sioux Indians and survived by his 2 sons. So,
well, I learned recently that my family founded Rox Latin, and Captain Isaac Johnson was killed in the King Philip's War, and that his brother Humphrey Johnson married a Delano and is descendant of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So I am a distant relation of Franklin Delano Roosevelt in that way. So it's sort of interesting. Yeah, I mean, look, so the point I'm making about this, right, is not to like castigate whatever. Lots of people can come from all over the world and contribute to America. It's a great place in that way. But it is telling to me when areas exclude the founding stock of the people who actually populated the country, right? That's kind of a tell that something very dodgy is going on. Or when they exclude anyone for that matter, and they sort of do it in a systematic way. And I think that's really what we've learned over time, is that Silicon Valley pretends that it's this meritocracy, but really there's never been a more cloistered place that I've run into in business, a more clubby place. But yeah, I think it's an interesting question.
Now, last time I was in there, I think I spent some time in a nightclub. Good Lord, I think it was called Polyesters. Had a big old Pac-Man sign up there in the middle of downtown San Jose. I don't even want to talk about that anymore. I could probably be incriminated. So, yeah, interesting talk.
I will tell you one of the things that really depressed me a lot about San Francisco is just how you're starved for beauty the whole time you're there. You know, like there are just not that many attractive women or people generally in San Francisco. It's very androgynous. It's very everyone tries to like copy each other and look very similar. Like they're not they're not these like these people wearing like wild clothes, or it's like if this is the future, it's a really fucking tame future. And that's
Wow,
It's like
that
Boston level of ugliness, which
that
no, the Boston thing still has the preppy quality to it, which I agree with you that the Boston people are not terribly attractive. But you go to San Francisco and it's quite androgynous on many different levels. And I sort of noticed this, like, so when you're in LA or certainly when you're in Miami, or like you can spot at a distance who's male or female, not necessarily like saying that's a good thing or a bad thing or whatever. It's just a thing. Like you notice, like if you're in LA walking around and you're a woman, like you want to be noticed, particularly if you're an attractive one. Like that's the whole point, to be noticed in LA. But what's weird to me about San Francisco and the Bay Area generally is how they all kind of look alike, like the sweater vest, the haircut, the and I've noticed this too in Virginia as well, like a sort of like aesthetic that develops. But there, it's sort of more. It's obviously much more sex delineated. But the women and the men kind of all look alike. It's a very interesting development.
I tell you what, thanks for the warning because it's been a while since I've been in the Bay Area. That's not the way I remember it. The last time I was there, let's see, I did wander down to Santa Barbara and went to a bar called Sharky's there off of, God, I think it was their main street. It ends in a pier there. And they were having Portuguese night. Okay, so you got a bunch of Brazilian women in there. My God.
Well, that's Santa
And
Barbara. I mean, Santa Barbara can hardly be compared to. I mean, to even pretend that Santa Barbara belongs to Northern California is an insult. So I won't allow that. But
all
yeah.
right.
It's kind of
I mean,
like Silicon Valley when he's talking about seeing the coders, Gavin Belson.
hold
They
up,
always
you're
travel.
breaking up again, Mason. You've got your headphones.
Like in Silicon Valley, Gavin Belson says all the programmers always travel in groups of 5. There's always a tall, skinny white guy, short, skinny Asian guy, fat guy with a ponytail, some guy with crazy facial hair, and then an East Indian guy. It's like they trade guys until they all have the right group.
Yeah, I mean it's true. My favorite part of that is Pied Piper, right? Like if you know the history of Pied Piper, like luring all the children off the cliff. Like there's a certain sense in which that's kind of true of Silicon Valley, right? So there's a lot of levels to that show. I couldn't watch it anymore; it would like stress me out. So I stopped watching after like the second season or something, because I would watch these things and it was sort of like a documentary almost, and it was making me deeply uncomfortable, And then it became kind of weird, right? Because you'd watch it and like different players would have cameos, right? Like Cuban would have a cameo, or the Winklevoss twins would have a cameo. It was just a little much.
I'll tell you what, sir. It's been a pleasure talking to you. I'm going to go ahead and yield the mic, and we'll get this conversation back onto a more serious tone.
Be in touch. Be in touch. I mean, I'm always looking forward to meeting people who are fellow Sons of the American Revolution, and fellow EE, or people who are interested in EE questions. I myself did not major in electrical engineering, but my brother did, and my grandfather on my mother's side worked for E-Systems, which was the CIA front acquired by Raytheon, in a lot of electrical engineering projects. So it's always interesting to meet people who can kind of think in those terms.
Unfortunately, we have a big fight on our hands right now. It's trying to explain to people that unless the distribution system is, and this was by even Elon Musk admitting it, and he's always underestimating things, but at least double the power production. I did some math with a scientist named Gregory Harrington. If you decide to follow me and look at my friend list, you'll see a South African scientist named Gregory Harrington who used to work for ESCOM. We ran this past each other. It's looking like we will need triple the electrical power necessary for a 100% electric vehicle fleet. We both looked at each other. That's not just in the US, that's worldwide. And we're just sitting here looking at each other. That's not going to happen. It's just not. And we
Well, we'll
realized
see. I
that,
mean, I think there's a lot of ways that these things can happen outside of our traditional framework, right? So
yeah,
I was super skeptical of solar panels for a while, like, but as you well know, like those things have gotten way better in the last 10 years, right? Like,
oh, yeah, we're up to 450 watts for a standard size panel. So, and they're
yeah,
cheap. They are cheap.
and they're cheap, and you can imagine a world in which like people are decentralized and producing all these,
Now,
electric vehicles.
now
Right?
you just hit upon something. That's where I'm trying to steer people. You've heard this term microgrid, things of that. I'm
Yep.
trying to point out to people if we can skip the step up and step down transformers and the high tension wires, we might be a lot better off.
100%. Yeah, I mean, look, I invested in a company called Aptera, which is a solar powered car company, and I've driven the cars around. People can look it up. They're fun to drive. And I think, yeah, if we have a world in which people are traveling around in solar powered cars, and their homes are powered by solar power or some combination of wind and solar, I think we can get to a lot of this future. I do wonder. There's a lot of. I think we'll have oil with us for quite a long time in a lot of ways, but I think we might. For me, the question is like, what replaces plastics in a serious way? And I think we don't really yet have a frame on that. That to me is like a very big problem.
Oh, I tell you what, when I look at plastic replacement, I look at glass, I look at aluminum, I look at cardboard, all these trees we watch go up in flames every single year in forest fires. I'm like, why are you guys wasting this resource?
I
We
said
could go
glass.
back to this.
I said glass.
Yeah.
So,
I
yeah,
agree.
I mean,
I
it's
agree.
possible.
I agree with you, but I do think we'll probably need to come up with some plastic substitute. Like I was having dinner with a friend of mine recently, and he had an Amex card that was made out of this weird wood material, and he was
Yeah.
like, there's all these kind of like replacements for plastics that can exist if we want to go in that direction. But I think obviously you have to figure out a way to deal with the oil lobby and how it sort of opposes all these things tooth and claw. So
Other Charles, Smokey Bear, did I sent you or tweeted at you? What's your perspective as someone who knows a lot more than me about solar chemical instead of solar electric? I think the whole thesis of this guy, he was on the Jason committee that advises the president of the scientific committee that advises him. But the whole deal is that just the physical infrastructure for putting all the cells out would be just way too costly in the end.
Well, one of the problems that we have right now, we're steering towards, well, let's build large batteries to store power for overnight or for when it's cloudy and so forth. Probably the most practical system that I can think of would be to build solar panels in our large desert areas and use those solar panels to actually convert water into hydrogen gas and oxygen. The hydrogen gas could be piped over the existing methane pipeline system. I think that's a much more viable energy source. It's a lot denser to transfer energy from one point of the country to another than it is to use high tension wires, electrical wires overhead and so forth. Plus, it allows you the ability to store this gas in tanks, etc. So that's kind of where I'm going with that. One has to realize that petroleum, for instance, everybody likes to talk about hydrogen. What is petroleum? The simplest hydrocarbon out there is CH4. There's 4 atoms of hydrogen, 1 atom of carbon, and the energy derived from that is roughly half and half. You get roughly half your energy from the carbon being oxidized, that forms CO2, and you get roughly half the energy out of that from hydrogen. Hydrogen in
what would you say specifically? I think he lands specifically on hydrogen bromine actually.
Yeah. That is something I have not studied, so I couldn't tell you. I'm going to have to consult with a chemical engineer on that one. Because I'm talking about raw hydrogen gas as being a ready replacement, perhaps, for methane. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it at this time.
Yeah, I think the Germans are looking at it in that context too, is my understanding.
Imagine that. Great minds think alike.
Yep.
Charles, you might be looking at a new employee.
Maybe, yeah. By the way, I find my best people on these wild Twitter spaces. You know, it's interesting. Yeah, I have a friend who goes into a lot of these spaces and lurks, and he and I have like co-invested a few $1 million together in things. So you
Well,
never.
I wanted to tell you, my niece is looking at getting an Aptera, and she has already started putting her color, because you can custom make your color, and she wants
Yeah.
to get the one that has the tint that she can add to it in the back. So I told her, I said that since it was only $300, that would be my gift to her if she got the car, that I would pay
Yeah,
for
I
the
bought
tint.
one. I bought one for my parents that I said you can have it if you move back to California where you belong. I'm tired of visiting you in Massachusetts, which is a mob state, and I'm tired of being there and seeing you because it depresses me when I go up there and see how messed up Massachusetts has gotten.
Did
But
you get them with the
shared.
tent too?
I don't know if I got the one with the 10. I bought two of them. So whatever. My sister helped me on it, so she's kind of more aware of these things than I am. But yeah, so the two pieces I posted, Smokey, that you might find interesting, up in the Jumbotron, is I posted something about the nuclear energy stuff and nuclear energy and how the solar and wind are the preferred sources rather than nuclear, because the U.S. government doesn't like nuclear for a lot of reasons, and I actually don't think it really works for our energy needs. And then the other one I did something about Tesla, which yeah, I mean how Tesla was like largely fraudulent, and I basically agree with you on that. I think the more interesting question to me that I've been sort of thinking a lot about on the energy side of things is, I don't know if you're familiar with that experiment that ran in Switzerland where they were like summoning or guiding lightning strikes. You know, what do you think about the whole harvesting of electricity from lightning strikes?
Well, now there's an interesting one. Too random, too dangerous, too unpredictable. I
Well, there are
wouldn't.
parts of the country though, like Florida. Apparently, there are parts of Florida that just like get an absurd number of lightning strikes a year.
I'll tell
And
you. I'll tell you what. If they could find a way to take a lightning strike and use it to convert water.
You sort of cut out there a second there, Charles. Say again. Can you guys hear him or no?
I can't,
No,
and I'm
you
trying
can't.
to.
No, yeah. So Charles, come back, sign out, and come back up, and we'll let you back up.
Well,
can't
he's
hear-
doing so.
go ahead,
Thank you
DD.
for letting me speak.
Yeah, no sweat. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm calling. I'm speaking from Europe, France. Exactly, it's morning for me, and I have a very interesting conversation. There's a lot I will be on that a lot that resonates and I agree with, and a lot I don't agree with, and about energy and I think storage is a real problem. That hydrogen is one of the first hypotheses of how to store properly, but yeah, for lightning strikes, if we can't store the energy properly, won't go much of anywhere. And another thing is I'm always fascinated by the way some Europeans will say, oh, we can do the things the Americans are doing, but we do not live in the same landscapes, or I mean, the continent.
No,
It was like
not.
fracking oil, and fracking oil can have maybe sense in North America. It can't have a sense in Europe, too dense. It's not the same geography. We can't do that.
Yeah,
and same like. And exactly like nuclear power. Well, since France had invested in nuclear power, it was a great stealth of our nation and industry. And I'm very sorry that for political, ideological reasons, we've been letting our nuclear park not totally rot and fade, but a lot of that, and for really ideological reasons. And one thing I asked to come up to talk about was, I'm sorry, it's about an hour ago. Someone mentioned, I'm really interested by what you're saying about Silicon Valley. When we saw Macron come up, I mean, I was one of the haters. I never wanted my country to be small Switzerland and for tourism and finance. And when we called his project the Tartuffe Nation. Tartuffe is an old play by Molière,
Yep.
where the person is quite ridiculous. So this startup nation is the Tartuffe Nation. And I love technology. I believe and I love and I'm interested in technology. But I mean, there's a lot of the speculations. I don't go by, and I'm still hoping that humanity will find ways to optimize stuff, and I still hope that we'll still have petroleum to make plastic before we burn it all. So that's I've always been very bewildered by the fact that we make the worst usage of petroleum, which is burn it instead of, because plastic, there's a lot of things that we do in plastic that we can replace with other materials, but there are a lot of things that we do with plastic that will always be better done with plastic. And I've always been quite fascinated by that material, although it's pretty ugly, sad, dirty. But I could go on for hours, but I'm more interested in listening to all of you and very interested in what I've heard.
Yeah, where are you contacting us from in France?
Paris. I move around. I'm a nomadic, but most of my family is in Paris, and I live in Paris now.
I saw some play in a very small theater, and it was called something like Le Ville Anglais or something. It was just making fun of. Just kept referencing the English life.
I was in a production of Tartuffe when I was like 16.
Oh, great!
Yeah, way back when. So it's always funny. Molière and he did Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme, I think, too, right? Molière.
Yeah, and a lot of them, Le Misanthrope, and a number of others. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it's interesting. I'm a huge fan of the old French, the La Belle Époque, and all of that stuff, and all the scientific, the age of age of illumination, and all that. I think it's really sad that France. I mean, before you came up, we were chatting about Georges Doriot and sort of the role that Georges Doriot played, and sort of kicking off American venture capital. With American Research and Development Corporation. And
I'll check it out. I didn't even know him. I'm a sort of a dropout of the institution. I got very pissed off when I was a young adult and realized that what the meritocracy of our public education was a lure, and I stepped out of the proper ways. I don't know Doriot, but I'll check him out. And I've been puzzled for the last 40 years. This was in the early 90s when I said bye-bye to the proper ways. And I've for the last 40 years, I've been wondering, what is it? How did we fuck up so bad that we had, there were flaws to our system, but it was really well functioning. And why did we systematically, we have brilliant brains, brilliant stuff, and our institution, and I know the institution. I mean, I don't hate them. I don't only blame them. But why do they keep making the worst decisions? It really puzzles me, and this drooling on the American model is part of the thing. So I will be looking into Georges Doriot if he's one of the elements that brought us that.
I have a view generally that something happened in French society. I personally think it was World War II that really ended the French civilization when it came to production of technology. I think that was a huge cultural problem for them. And I don't think they've ever really recovered from that, notwithstanding the successes of the Concorde or I'm not quite there on the nuclear power stuff. I think there's a lot of lying and deceit around nuclear power, and I think France did a very good job for a time of it. But I think just the wind and solar stuff has just gotten so much cheaper and so much more manageable than running nuclear. And then of course with nuclear you always run the risk of people stealing fissile material, which is something that France knows well, right? Having had some of it stolen by the Israelis, which helped make the Israeli atomic bomb in the 60s. So
I didn't know that story.
yeah, yeah. So there are people who believe. I don't know what I believe about this. So like I have some friends from La Piscine, and some folks from basically the French equivalent of the CIA, and they say that basically there's some debate about whether or not the fissile material was stolen or gifted by the French to the Israelis when they were making the atomic bomb.
I would from listening to stories from old timers decades ago, it wouldn't be impossible that it be that it would have been given.
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
I don't. But I think that this World War II hypothesis maybe, but look, it's not only the Concorde, it was also the TGV, it was also the Minitel, and these are just the silent elements. So
No,
I think
for
it's
sure,
more
for
in the
sure.
70s, 80s. It's after the De Gaulle and Pompidou,
Yeah,
and we
so
start.
Mitterrand would be, yeah. So I have a French or sort of French speaking American friend who's a spook, who has the view that it's Mitterrand that did it, that he thinks that
Oh, don't make me. I mean, there's one thing, because if you come to Paris, then that you can only know from the street. So the Très Grande Bibliothèque, or whatever, that in a new area, la Bibliothèque François Mitterrand, in the streets they call it BFM, which is the also the name of the sad cheap TV, mainstream TV. And that's my only reward. I hate that. I hate Mitterrand. I hate Mitterrand bad, but I'm always suspicious of my own tendencies. That's why I try not to
well, he did a
come up
very
with
good
him.
job. I mean, he did a very good job with Farewell, right? Agent Farewell and that whole project. And I think I don't know what I think about Mitterrand. I have to go back and reread some of this stuff. But as I tell people all the time, like, so the National Portrait Gallery has daguerreotype stuff there, and the French basically invented modern forensics to a large extent. And if you sort of understand the early history of facial recognition, and I sort of helped build a company in this space, the French were way ahead of everyone else in facial recognition.
But
And
that was 19th century
it
even.
was 19th century. Well, yeah, early 20th century, late 19th
Yeah.
century. But yes, and so there was like a lot of technology that came about there. Cars were very, very good from France for a very long time. But I think Airbus, I think, has lost a step. I mean, I think Boeing has lost a step too, obviously. But there's this guy Jean-François Gou, or Jean-François Gou, I think is his name. Anyway, he was involved with the whole scandal around Airbus back in the day. I see Smokey is raising his hand. And what I've discovered with a lot of the French stuff, so as somebody who works in a lot of technology in the American context, the French never want to pay us for any of the technology. They just want to try and steal it so that they can replicate it themselves. And what ends up happening is they never end up replicating it, or they replicate it badly. So it's sort of like I've argued that like we should just have a French price, or like a NATO price that's like so cheap that we just help our allies. But people don't, there's a lot of pride there as well. But I was interviewed for, what is it? I was interviewed by Jessica Lemézerie. She's like the one who's on 24. She's on like the main French program there. So I was interviewed, and she it sort of blew her mind that like there was that I was like, I grew up speaking French, and so like we sort of did the interview in French, and she was sort of expecting me, like somebody who'd been a Trump supporter and then a Biden supporter. Like it blew her mind that somebody could speak fluent French and be a Trump supporter. It wasn't like what didn't compute for her. It was very funny, and I was like, well, I liked Macron. I thought Macron was impressive, at least the first term. I don't know about the second. But anyway, just interesting. But yeah, I think there's going to be a lot more close relations with the United States and France. Certainly, Blinken has a lot of ties with French society, as you guys all well know. So
I didn't, but
he's very tied into the French world through his stepfather, I believe, if memory serves. Yeah, I like him. He's one of my favorite secretaries of state. Sort of always going there. But anywho, does anyone in the audience want to come up and say a few things? I mean, I want to give anyone a sense, and if anyone has any sort of final parting thoughts on the Silicon Valley subject, I think this will be sort of like the story, I think, of this year is Silicon Valley.
Yeah, just a quick parting thought, not particularly deep one, but I think one important to share is.
By the way, do you agree with me, Ben? Like that, basically, like this will be the story of this year is Silicon Valley collapsing.
Yeah, I don't think this is going away like in the next few days or weeks. I think it's a little early to say if it'll be the story of the year. But I think the fact that it's happening in this industry in particular, and the issues being raised around this bank and how it operated, it's going to be a relatively big story. I think it'll be at least as big as the FTX story.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean,
and FTX was a lot more limited, right? A lot fewer people were involved in FTX. Like, you didn't really see anybody really being able to talk about how much money they lost, which was kind of a different story. Whereas with SVB, there really were a lot of real companies that put all their ducks in that, all their eggs in that basket.
So let's say you're a company right now. So I was thinking about this earlier. To be honest with you, I was quite surprised that I had no SVB exposure. So I went through all my investments and I sort of looked at them. But so what does this do now if you run into a company that has exposure to SVB stuff? Do you raise a lot of questions about the judgment of the
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think this is like a very good operational due diligence heuristic tool.
So somebody has it's like a dunce cap basically is the takeaway.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll basically say, okay, you didn't have good treasury / cash management, and there was no reason to really have more exposure that couldn't be explained away by, say, it was a day, it would have happened a day or two later, right? If you were actually just caught with some additional money in there for a day or two because of just the timing of your processes, that's totally fine. I wouldn't hold it against them. But if they didn't actually have a real treasury function in their company, that's retarded. and I don't want to really work with you because you don't know how to manage a company, because you're not supposed to do this. You're supposed to have a treasury function. It's not that hard.
For me, what's really interesting about Silicon Valley Bank is, for one, all the foreign connections to it. So, is it really a Silicon Valley bank? What's really going on there? So that's sort of question one. And then, I was reading this New York Times article, and I mentioned this the other day. I don't know if you were here, Ben. I don't think you were. But something like 65% of all Silicon Valley companies as of 2015, according to the New York Times, had some sort of relationship with Silicon Valley Bank, which is rather striking if you think about it in 2015. And I imagine that percentage has probably gone up since then. So that's kind of interesting to me. And then the larger question here is what happens next? And my takeaway on it is I think there's going to be a lot of strum and drang, and that there's going to be a lot of bitching. And there's even going to maybe even be efforts to try to kind of like with inflation, I think there were a lot of players that wanted to use the inflation issue as a way of hurting Biden politically, but it didn't quite work. It didn't quite stick. And I think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to try to argue that there's going to be some sort of contagion. So I'm tracking the use of the word contagion. And I think anyone who uses that as a kind of
it's a flag. Yeah.
Bad actor type.
Agreed. I think just one other takeaway for me, this is sort of my last comment. Big picture, watching the flagrant, hysterical theatrics of the last few days around SVB by the Jason Calacanis and David Sachs types, folks should think for themselves a bit about the fact that these people do this shamelessly, And in whatever you're doing in your own life, I guess I'm not saying to totally go down in the gutter and be shameless, but do understand that a lot of people in this country are making money with like zero qualms about acting immorally and unethically and engaging in very fake theatrical hysterical behavior to get what they want. I don't think that I'm encouraging people to do that, but give yourself some
Well,
credit for going about your life without doing
so?
it like this.
So, do you think he's actually? Do you think he's acting, or do you think he's legit crazy, or what do you think is the actual? Like, what do
If
you think
it's
is
not an
actually going
act,
on?
if it's not an act, because they're worried about what might come out if all of the assets
Yeah, I
of
mean, let me put it this way: like, I've met a lot of people where like COVID like clearly broke their brain,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
And
and
like
some
we were
people are
having this
still there.
conversation at one point. Like the Ukraine war clearly forced a lot of people into like crazy positions,
Right.
and where they went like a little crazy, like maybe a lot crazy, and so I think that in the case here, I think there's a lot of these players that like are looking out at a world in which like they are not relevant anymore, right? Or their sort of raison d'etre is like not there anymore, and I
Yeah, I
think
mean, I
that
guess
that is
maybe
very
something.
frightening to a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe something that I was perceiving, and thank you for moving the conversation in that more focused direction. Maybe what I was sensing was paranoia among these people, and maybe I thought it was paranoia based or just fear based on something real that we just don't know about. But it might also be that some of these people like aren't well, and in instances like this, it shows. Might be
Yeah,
part of it too.
yeah, and I wonder like were they unwell to begin with, or did the internet make them unwell, or is there something else going on here? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I will tell you, like, I've looked at a lot of the early David Sachs interviews, and he comes across as pretty
More
reasonable,
lucid. Yep, I
more
knew you were gonna say
lucid,
that.
less crazy. And then, like, I watched the Robert Wright interview he did, and I watched some of his speeches, and it does seem like a madman. Like, it seems like somebody who's like, so, like, if you look at his early career, he's more measured, he's funnier, he's less kind of like bombastic, less
Later,
sort of
he's more
performative.
manic, right?
Yes, it looks like
Yeah.
some. Yeah, exactly right. And so, and obviously, you know, genetics tells us that you become more of what your genetic predispositions were as you age. And so, I think that that is very interesting to observe. You know.
No, I think there's something there. I think what I was seeing was like this seems like mania, right? Like, is he on something, or what's going on? He seems a little unstable.
Well, I think the piece I did about his tie-ins with the mob. I mean, if you believe that Biden is the anti-mob president, which is the argument that Dana and I've made, and I think that basically the evidence supports that he's sort of like moved the world in an anti-mob direction. I mean, one of the first things he did was sign an executive order, you know, moving against, you know, basically designated transnational crime as a sort of threat on par with terrorism. So, which is pretty incredible if you think about it, like the sea change and like it used to be like the mob was sort of seen as this like funny thing that like wasn't that big a deal. And
Or just
now
like
like
part of society, right? Like
yeah,
it's the way the
it's
city
just a
is.
part yeah, it's just a part and parcel of everyday life. And so Joe Biden signing an executive order to basically put it on par with terrorism is kind of seditious in a weird way, right? Like it's actually kind of like undermines a lot of the neocon argument about how terrorism should be the be all and end all. So I don't know. I mean I basically come away pretty impressed about Biden and how he's sort of thinking about these things. What I'll be curious to see is how many of these. I mean, this does seem to me a sort of split in Silicon Valley, right? So we have the Founders Fund people who essentially survived the car crash, right? Or at least they've survived this round of the car crash, right? Maybe there'll be other car crashes to come. I don't know, but it does raise a lot of questions. And the question I have on the Teal front did Thiel murder this company as a way of ingratiating himself with the U.S. deep state? Or did he do it just like out of pure greed? Or did he do it out of both? It's sort of unclear. And
Could
the
could
other
could,
big question,
could
yeah.
there have been just on that? Could there have been a third, which was that he really just wanted to raise the alarm and give as many people an opportunity to make a smart decision if they happened to hear it and wanted to think for themselves?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I do think it's interesting. So, like, like Gary Tan is calling this an extinction level event for startups. Um, you know, this is what he said. Gary Tan said, "These depositors will not survive weeks or months without some sort of plan from the government." I don't know that that's true, but whatever.
Like, people can miss payroll for a week or two, and their employees won't all run unless they have somewhere to go. They can get behind on a month of rent. Like, they can be 30 days behind on a vendor payment.
Well, I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see if they can actually do that. Like, I've come to believe that actually a lot of people are chasing the dream in Silicon Valley, and they're actually like massively indebted and massively like over leveraged themselves personally in their own personal finances. Partly because, as Charles
Absolutely.
mentioned,
Taking out credit card debt.
Yeah, and I think this actually forces them to be kind of a slave of some of these foreign operations masquerading as founders. Because basically, like, if you're constantly working in the company and you're I mean, so I'll give you an example of this. So my best friend in high school was a guy named Ryan Sebastian. We built rockets together. We would like do everything together. He was a really lovely man, and he went to go work for SpaceX, which was his dream. He took a huge pay cut to do it, and he, like a lot of the other people in the early SpaceX years, had issues with cancers because they didn't really take workplace safety all that seriously. And he died age 29. And if you Google him, Ryan Sebastian, Sebastian, he was, anyway, he was like my only friend in high school. My only like really close friend. And anyway, so it's sort of difficult to talk about, but so he passed away at age 29, and it didn't need to happen. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of these rocket companies could have taken better safety precautions when it came to like the chemicals that were being used for building rocket motors and all that sort of thing. And yet, so he works for like super cheap. He works in this kind of setup. And I think there's a lot of that's gone on, of people basically pouring themselves into these businesses, pouring their youth, pouring their energy into these businesses for what are essentially worthless equity, right? That's sort of like not real. It's a con. And I think that's the real story of Silicon Valley Bank, is it's a Chinese bank, the Chinese bank that's misdirecting a lot of young people to work on things that fundamentally don't matter. And the question now is, what will they all go and work on? And I think the climate stuff will be a part of it. I think the space stuff will be a part of it. I certainly think the genetic stuff will be a part of it. I mean, Silicon Valley Bank was all over a lot of this genetic stuff. And then, like, obviously I placed my bets on all of those things, both as an investor and an operator. But I think, yeah, we're looking at a period now where things are going to radically change in Silicon Valley and how Silicon Valley does business, if it does business at all.
I mean, listen, maybe some folks will get back to thinking about doing things in their own communities, doing jobs like being teachers, building things like physical things that are needed, right? Because think about this. Earlier tonight, I shared that example that was being kind of force memed through Twitter of this woman saying, "I'm the average SVB person being harmed," and she ended up being this Mackenzie Duke, fake flunky with an app that doesn't do anything. And I'm thinking, you know what? Why is she doing this? Like, why is she doing this app that doesn't do anything? It's like $1,000 a month to-do list, home assistant, just like some garbage. With all her education, why is she doing this, right? I mean, she raised $3 million and had a bunch of it parked at SVB. Maybe she shouldn't be in Silicon Valley at all. That company, the company, the relationship with SVB, the funding, maybe her whole existence in Silicon Valley maybe is unnecessary, right? And maybe this will cause some people to say, hold on, what am I doing? And maybe, Charles, I think maybe from your experience, because you've spoken a bit about your family, I'm not going to go into it, but I'm sure you can think of people in your family or who have done, quote unquote, interesting things in their lives. I have some people in my family who've done somewhat similar things, but not on the level that yours did at
No,
all.
I agree with you. I mean, look, I think
And
the
they
real
don't do it
tragedy.
forever. Usually, you at some point you kind of, have a
Yeah.
smaller life. You raise your kids, and that's it.
Yeah, look. I think that the tragedy of a lot of these people is that they didn't know what to do in the post 07, 08 crisis, and so many of them, like you, went to law school and found that fundamentally, unfulfilling. Many of them became lawyers, which was even worse, and found that unfulfilling. So I think that what happened was Silicon Valley presented a kind of sex appeal, and I think that was the kind of thing. Now, what
And
I
an
resent,
identity, and a way
identity,
to differentiate from other
identity,
people.
yes, a way to differentiate yourself, a way to hold yourself above other people. It's a sort of status thing. But I think the real thing, so the real lie of Silicon Valley is that that's where lots of innovation takes place. And I just don't really buy that personally. Like I think that there's not a lot of evidence for a lot of that claim. I mean, if you look around your house right now, right? I mean, you can avoid Facebook like quite readily, right? Like it's not that hard to avoid. But Amazon, like you can really avoid Amazon or Microsoft products. Like no, that's ridiculous,
Not at
right?
all. I
That's sort of
laughed
more,
when I heard that. Yeah.
yeah, that's a more Seattle approach, right? So I think that what's going to be telling to me is who survives and who doesn't from this. That's going to be a real indicator of like who's got real skill. And I actually like these kind of stress tests on businesses because I think there's also there's going to be a huge opportunity to pick up a lot of cheaper talent, And I think, by the way, what we're going to discover is just as Charles was saying earlier, Charles Myers was saying, I think we're going to discover in relatively short order that there's a whole lot of real estate that's owned in weird ways by these various Chinese affiliated banks. And that is why living in the Bay Area has been so unaffordable. And the solution that the Bay Area people have offered is just build more houses, build more houses. And
But
it's
it'll
like,
just get swept up in the same mess
yeah, well, it's like
atmosphere.
if you build more housing. So by the way, like I'm in support of this, by the way, for what it's worth. I think just in general, people want to build more housing, fine, great. But I think what ends up happening when the people build more housing, just as a practical matter, is that they buy the land, they do all the corruption around getting the land, procuring it, and getting it all good to go. And then what they do is they build these large properties which have a lot of Chinese money behind them. So the Chinese win either way.
Correct.
And I think that is a real question right now. So I think
And
what
all their
started
products
was,
are shitty though. They're like toxic. They're killing
yes.
us. I mean, the stucco shit that they made that just was awful.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, the big tell that I had on the Chinese thing was I remember like maybe like 15 years ago, there were a bunch of like dogs that were dying because their dogs were being poisoned by Chinese dog food.
Yep.
And do you remember this story? Like it was like maybe 15 years or so ago.
Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah, and I
Yes.
just remember thinking like, well, fuck me, if they'll do this to my dog, like what are they doing to me? Right? Like what are all these Chinese goods doing to me? And I just became much more skeptical of the Chinese in that way. And I lived among the wealthier Chinese when I lived in Arcadia, California, and I think that affected me quite considerably. Just sort of how these people think about things and how they engage.
Well, I'd
But
like to tell everybody in the audience real quick, if you are building a new house or you are thinking about adding spray foam into your attic, do not do it. It is covered with sugar, and right now that's what a lot of the lawsuits are about with the termites. And if you have this foam, it has sugar in it, and that's why you're getting termites in your house.
well,
And it's a
interesting.
massive lawsuit right now, so just let you
Now
know.
we'll pick this up in the near future. But follow everybody that you find interesting on the space. Certainly sign up for my Substack; it's free. And that we will continue this conversation a little later. I should
I'm
have something
dying
up
to
on
hear Smokey
Substack.
what he was going to say. Oh.
Yeah, I'm dying to hear what's. It's sort of like the Forrest Gump thing where he just sort of disappeared or whatever. But we'll have you back. We'll have everybody back at some point. I think we're going to do in the not too distant future. We'll be doing more of these spaces. I will have a post up on the Substack probably today or later about like how to think about the Silicon Valley Bank scandal. I'm getting an interesting tips from people who are like insiders at the bank. So I have like two people who work there who were like raising a lot of questions, just as I intimated earlier, about whether or not all that money was actually there, or they just said it was there, which is another interesting question. Because remember, like on the whole Chimerica question of China and America, like, so banks are always creatures of a state, right? So the question is, of course, which state? And the Chimerica question is like, it's not really a country, right? It doesn't really exist. It was sort of created by Neil Ferguson. It was sort of sold to us all, but it's not real. And so that is breaking down now, and I think that that's a very good thing indeed. So, but in any event, we'll do this again. I thank everyone for showing up tonight, and wish that I could go longer, but I do have to go to church in 3 hours. So I'm going to, I won't fall asleep in church, for those who are wondering. It's close enough to walk, so I won't drive there.
Be well. This was really good.
Yeah, I liked it. Thanks for coming
Awesome.
in. Thanks
Awesome.
to everyone who participated and sent things in the DMs. And feel free to reach out in whatever way, and want to hear from you. So take care and have a good night.